Amen. We'll now have the singing of O Canada, led by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
2, 3, 4. O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Oh, harmony. Let the doors be open. Planus les portes. Alors, statements by members, déclaration de députés, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, according to the Quebec Federation of Chambers of Commerce, loan guarantees are necessary for companies affected by American countervail duties on softwood lumber. Well, you know what? Everyone in Quebec agrees. The National Assembly, the UMQ, forestry workers, everyone. Everyone except the 40 Liberal MPs in the Liberal government who aren't doing anything in the interest of our people. If the Liberal government refuses to commit to granting loan guarantees, it's because it doesn't want to. The government prefers to see our regions empty out, our workers lose their jobs, our companies close their doors instead of supporting the forestry industry. They're not even asking for money. They want loan guarantees. Today, the Federation of Chambers of Commerce will meet with the ministers responsible for this crisis. If the government refuses to commit once again, we'll have to reach the conclusion that once again, Ottawa has definitely abandoned Quebec.
For Mississauga Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to share a special story of altruism. The other day, I was at Coffee Culture on Eglinton Avenue in my riding. I met the family who owns the shop. Prior to owning that business, Michael Reed was a successful engineer. His wife, Jessie, was a successful salesperson at Leon's. Their son, Aaron, who is graduating from high school, has special needs. Aaron was struggling in finding a job because employers seemed concerned with his special needs. Michael and Jessie quit their careers and purchased the coffee shop to create an opportunity for Aaron to develop his skills. But Michael and Jessie did not stop there. They decided to participate in the Planning for Independence program to provide other young people with special needs employment opportunities. Their effort will support families and individuals who may be denied chances elsewhere to improve their lives. Michael and Jessie deserve our gratitude. They are an example of heroes who are quietly making our community a better place for all.
Bravo.
Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, the Margaret Atwood novel A Handmaid's Tale has been adapted for television. It depicts a dystopian society where birth rates have plummeted for unknown reasons. A fascist, theocratic state has assumed power, and fertile women are conscripted into sexual slavery, forced to breed children for the wealthy and the powerful. What happens to the women in A Handmaid's Tale is horrific. Women are treated as property, and those who dare speak out are permanently maimed. I raise this in the House today because what is fictional in Canada is reality in many parts of the world. Saudi Arabia is a gender segregationist theocracy where women are regularly harassed by religious police. That's why I was shocked and appalled by the election of Saudi Arabia to the UN's Women's Rights Commission. Margaret Atwood's horrific vision does not exist only in our imaginations. It exists right now, today, and it's a shame that this government is so unwilling to confront it.
Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a fantastic event that was organized by some of Surrey's finest entrepreneurs. This past weekend, led by the effort of Sukh Brar, Herman Brar, and the team from Next Level Music and Famous Studios, international recording artist and actor Diljit Dosanjh energized thousands of fans at a concert in British Columbia. An international sensation amongst the Punjabi community, Diljit helped to create an exciting atmosphere, showing yet another example of how dynamic our multicultural landscape truly is. It was amazing to see all in attendance embrace their cultural heritage while also displaying their Canadian pride. Diversity is our strength, and especially in times that we are living through today, Canada remains model for the rest of the world. Thank you to Brar Brothers, and thank you to Diljit Dosanjh for an incredible performance, and thank you all the fans.
Here, here.
Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Despite strong momentum coming to the Paris climate talks, Canada will still miss its climate targets. Instead, by 2030, we will reduce our carbon emissions by less than 1%. Clearly, we need to move quickly toward a more sustainable energy future focused on renewable energy and energy efficiency. This transition will not only be a critical step in reducing carbon emissions, but these measures will support economic development and create meaningful new jobs in local communities across the country. Renewable energy development will require skilled trades, equipment operators, engineers, and other skills that made Canadians already have and want to continue to use. Canada has a vast array of resources that are suitable for renewable energy development. Our diverse geography means green energy jobs can be distributed across the country, from our biggest technology hubs to small and rural communities. This future is within our reach. It is critical that Canada make meaningful reductions in our fossil fuel use and carbon emissions. Doing so will create good jobs in all of our communities. Let's get started on this now.
Honourable Member for Coastal Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great pleasure I rise today to congratulate the Grand Falls Windsor Cataracts senior hockey team. Last month, the boys took home the Allen Cup, making them the national senior amateur men's hockey champs. This marked only the third time a team from Newfoundland and Labrador has won the Cup since it began in 1908. Wow. Led by head coach Tom Coolin and team captain Mike Brent, the Cataracts beat out the Lacombe Generals with a 7-4 win. And congratulations to goalie Brian Gillis, who stopped 30 of 34 shots. Senior hockey started in Grand Falls in the 1920s, and the team was known as the Grand Falls All-Stars. In 1956, the All-Stars were renamed the Grand Falls Ancos. And in 1991, the towns of Grand Falls and Windsor amalgamated, and the team became the Grand Falls Windsor Cataracts. Among the great players was one young man named Alex Faulkner of Bishops Falls. He was a member of the Ancos before he became the first Newfoundlander to play in the National Hockey League in 1961. Congratulations, Cats.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, the annual MS Walk was held in Lindsay this past Sunday, and I was proud to participate on behalf of my mother, who suffered from a progressive form of MS. $14,000 was raised. Special thanks to all the volunteers and organizers who went above and beyond to ensure a well-run event, and to this year's ambassador, Shane Orr, for all his hard work raising awareness about this terrible disease. I also want to recognize the people living in northern Kawartha Lakes and the townships in Haliburton County who are dealing with extremely high water levels and in some cases, like Minden, severe flooding. Family, friends, and neighbors have come together to lend a hand in this time of need. In Minden, township staff are working tirelessly under the leadership of Reeve Brent DeVolen, CAO Lori Blanchford, Community Services Director Mark Coleman, and many, many others. Appreciation to all the community organizers, emergency services, hydro, public works staff, and the countless volunteers who are demonstrating how small towns pull together in times of crisis.
Here, here. Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, every year B'nai B'rith publishes an audit on anti-Semitism that aspires to educate and reduce hatred towards the Jewish community in Canada.
Over the past 10 years, reports have shown instances of anti-Semitism are becoming more and more prevalent, with a 26% increase in 2016 over the previous year.
This trend, Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to a safe and an inclusive society where people of Jewish faith and indeed all Canadians can live free of intolerance. The annual audit is good work to advance this cause, and B'nai B'rith should be commended for its work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, May 16th will be the official opening of the international headquarters of the Global Centre for Pluralism at 330 Sussex Drive. Founded by His Highness the Aga Khan in partnership with the Government of Canada, the Centre promotes research, learning and dialogue on the necessity of pluralism. Inspired by Canada's experience as a diverse and inclusive country, the Centre is helping the world to see diversity as a benefit and not a risk. To quote the Aga Khan, tolerance, openness and understanding towards other people's cultures, social structures, values and faiths are now essential to the very survival of an interdependent world. Pluralism is no longer an asset or a prerequisite for progress and development. It is vital to our existence. I would like to thank His Highness for his significant contribution to Canada and the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glandro.
Mr. Speaker, being terrorized, persecuted, beaten, imprisoned and killed is too often what faces Iranian citizens of Baha'i faith. The Khamenei regime continues to carry out coordinated efforts to eliminate this religious community. During this Iran Accountability Week, I rise to call for the release of the 7 wrongfully imprisoned Baha'i leaders that have become known as the Baha'i Seven. In 2008, the Iranian regime arrested Fariba Kamalabadi, Jamaluddin Hajjani, Mavish Sabat, Afif Naimi, Saeed Razoli, Vahid Tizva, and Baruz Tabakoli. These leaders faced trumped-up charges for nothing more than their religious beliefs and were sentenced to 20 years in prison. With the Iranian presidential election next week, I invite the government to join the official opposition in calling upon each Iranian presidential candidate to commit to the release of these innocent men and women. After 9 long years, Mr. Speaker, their release cannot come soon enough.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, the last survivor of the Armenian genocide living in Canada died at age 108 in Laval-les-Îles. Madame Kenar Bojalian lived through horrific times. There's no one left to remember this genocide firsthand, but we have many Canadians of Armenian origin who remember it. Every April 24th, we remember. We must denounce crimes against humanity. We can no longer allow these types of tragedies to occur against a people, a religious group, an ethnic group. Lester B. Pearson showed us the role that Canada must play for peace, with our partners helping belligerent parties reconcile. On a different topic, I met on Monday with flood victims in my riding, and I was stunned. I want to thank our government for showing such solid leadership alongside Quebec authorities to help our fellow citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 60 years ago, in August of 1957, the National Geographic made the Bay of Fundy and her tides its cover story. More and more, the Bay of Fundy is being recognized as a marvel of nature to rival any in the world. The Bay of Fundy was recently recognized as one of the 7 wonders of North America, along with the Grand Canyon, right up there with them. Around the incredible Bay of Fundy can be found not only the world's highest tides, but Canada's oldest Indigenous settlement, the largest intact Acadian village, a UNESCO Global Geopark, the largest tidal power experiment in the world, whales, dolphins, and rare birds, isolated islands, hiking parks, and some of the oldest fossils in the world. MPs around the Bay of Fundy have established the Bay of Fundy Caucus to work with our municipal, provincial, and private sector counterparts to promote the Bay of Fundy as an incredible tourist destination. Our goal is to double tourism in the region for 5 years, and we are well underway. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, On May 7th, elected officials from all levels of government and 5,000 citizens joined forces to call for health services to be maintained at the Notre Dame de Fatima Hospital in the city where I was born, La Pocatière. Many people couldn't have been mobilized without the instigators, Sylvain Lemieux and Luc Pelletier, alongside the staff at the hospital, firefighters, and members in the community, members of the Kamouraska RMC. The message was clear. Maintaining health services is an important priority in our region of Kamouraska-Lillet. Not only do we want to preserve the care, but to improve it as well. To show you just how attached I am to the Notre Dame de Fatima Hospital, I am the one who inaugurated Room 121 on April 23rd, 55 years ago when I was born. So for us, regional health, and for me, it's a priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député d'Avignon, la Matisse, Matin, Matapédia.
The Honourable Member for Avignon Métis Matin La Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, my thoughts go out to the Gagnon family, to Daphne, died at Saint-Anne-des-Monts. My thoughts go to the many victims of flooding who have to deal with this. These people are living through anguishing times. Our thoughts are with them. When disasters of this nature occur, we see the best in people come out. Brave people don't hesitate to help, to provide safety for people who are affected. I want to thank them all. I want to thank the volunteers because their contribution is so important. I also want to underscore the work of the Red Cross, who's working alongside volunteers. April 23rd to 29th was National Volunteer Week, and I wanted to underscore the importance of the work of volunteers done in my region and across the country. Volunteer work is essential for organizations to fulfill their mandates. To all of these volunteers, I say thank you for who you are, what you do. You are the best in our regions and in Canada. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. National Nursing Week gives us an opportunity to underscore the many ways in which nursing staff work to improve our healthcare system. Nurses have been pioneers and very active on a number of societal issues like pay equity, preventive withdrawal during pregnancy, a better working quality of work during professional burnout. They are attacking these inequalities in health and other social inequalities in the interest of the public. Nurses play a key role in our healthcare system, and this week and throughout the year, I invite all people to join me to celebrate nursing and to take the time to thank those people who work tirelessly in order to provide excellent health care.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, this week is National Nursing Week, a week that encompasses International Nursing Day, which also happens to be Florence Nightingale, the founder of modern nursing birthday, which is May the 12th. It's an honor for me to rise in the House today to recognize the vital contributions that nurses make in the health and well-being of all Canadians. With more than 415,000 regulated nurses across Canada, they are by far our largest group of healthcare providers, and we should all take this opportunity to thank them for their selfless work. Mr. Speaker, there are many events taking place across the country, and I encourage all members and all Canadians to attend and show their appreciation. I'd also like to take the time to share the theme for 2017, and I encourage all my colleagues to tweet or share a Facebook post showing their appreciation for Canadian nurses by using the hashtag #YesThisIsNursing. Thank you to all of Canada's nurses for their continued leadership in delivering better health care for our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Monsieur le Président, Canada's 100th birthday in 1967. That year, 370,894 Canadians were born. These centennial babies were born when Frank Sinatra and the Supremes were fighting for top billing in the charts. in the year that the Toronto Maple Leafs won their last Stanley Cup. And when Peter Mansbridge was still serving in the Royal Canadian Navy, his voice yet to be heard. Mais cette année, par contre,
But this year, however, they'll be using iPads to check their messages on Facebook. And we wish them a happy birthday.
babies celebrating this year, including 7 members of this House, and in my riding of Fundy Royal, a very happy 50th birthday. And remember, even though you may be graying faster, 1967 is an excellent vintage and is now aged to perfection. Mr. Speaker, speaking of aged to perfection, today happens to be the 50th birthday of our friend and colleague, the Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Happy birthday, Mr. President.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, every day we have new questions about the infrastructure bank. $35 billion. Why do we need it? Who's behind it? And why is there such flagrant conflict of interest? The Liberals refuse to answer all these questions, and in addition, they give Parliament a single day to look at the bill. Why is the Prime Minister in such a rush with this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are eager to have investments in infrastructure that we all need. We've needed it for many years. We know that the previous government underinvested in our communities, in our future, and in measures that Canadians needed to succeed, to go to school, to go to work, and get home. And that is why, on top of the $180 billion we're investing in infrastructure, we're looking for other means to really fill all the needs that Canadians have for a better future. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
When the Prime Minister decided to give Bombardier a massive taxpayer-funded gift, we were outraged, but he defended it. When Bombardier gave their executive millions in compensation, everyone was outraged, but the Prime Minister defended it. Now even Bombardier's shareholders are outraged at the company's handling of taxpayer dollars. What will it take for the Prime Minister to admit that he signed a bad deal and give taxpayer dollars back?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we made a loan to Bombardier because we believe in the long-term success and viability of the aerospace industry in this country. We know that it leads to good jobs in communities right across the country, good jobs for middle-class Canadians in an innovative, high-quality workplace that is going to continue to be competitive the world around. We believe in the extraordinary products of the C-Series and the Global 7000 that are finding customers all around the world because we know Canadian innovation, Canadian ingenuity is going to create good Canadian jobs.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Constable David Wynne was shot and killed in the line of duty by a career criminal out on bail because his criminal record was never presented at the bail hearing. Wynne's law, which is still before the House, would close this loophole, and it would save lives. Liberal backbenchers, in fact, were essential in making sure that this law passed. But yesterday, shockingly, and this is unbelievable, the Prime Minister ordered that this bill be gutted against the will of the House. Why?
Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we recognize the pain caused to the officer's family, especially his wife, Shelley McInnes Wynne, and their 3 sons, his RCMP colleagues, and the St. Albert community and beyond. Our government is committed to modernizing and improving our justice system so that we can protect victims and so that we can protect rights. That is exactly what we're moving forward on doing, and we look forward to hearing the committee's recommendation on what to do with this piece of legislation.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this is unbelievable. The Prime Minister actually said to Constable Wynne's widow that he was very pleased that she was in Ottawa to discuss the bail system. He also claimed at that time that it was important that we keep our communities and our families safe. But by ordering the bill to be scrapped at committee, we now know that none of this was true, and he meant none of it. It's a complete betrayal. So what does he have to say now to Constable Wynn's widow?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we take very seriously the safety of Canadians, the safety of communities, the safety of the frontline officers that put their lives on their line to protect their fellow Canadians every single day. That's why I'm pleased that the committee took very seriously the study of this proposal to improve our justice system. And on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we believe in two things. We believe in evidence-based policy, and we believe in allowing committees to do their jobs.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This is unbelievable. Conservatives, NDP, Green Bloc, and many Liberal backbenchers got up, voted, and did the right thing so this bill would pass. And now we're at committee where no one is watching, and the Prime Minister has ordered it to be gutted. This is disgusting, and the Prime Minister should be ashamed of himself.
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
I can understand the member's confusion. On this government, we do not interfere with the functioning of committees. We allow committees to make their own determinations, to examine laws, to hear from witnesses, and to make decisions based on evidence. We are committed to improving our justice system. We're improving to keeping Canadians safe. That's exactly what we're going to keep doing while we respect the hard work done by committees.
Order. 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 The Honourable Opposition House Leader will come to order. Honorable député d'Outremont.
Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, the media has just reported that the Prime Minister has chosen a former Liberal cabinet minister to be the new Commissioner of Official Languages. Now, these officers of Parliament, these commissioners have to be above the fray. They can't be weighed down by the baggage of partisan loyalty. Can the Prime Minister tell us if that's exactly what's going on here? Because he's under a record number of investigations by commissioners. Has he simply decided that the best thing for him is that he decide from now on who gets to investigate him?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member well knows, this party believes deeply in the importance of official languages, and we take very seriously a merit-based appointment. As part of that appointments process, Mr. Speaker, opposition members and leaders are consulted on potential names going forward, and we look forward to making an announcement in the coming days or weeks about any new commissioners.
The honourable member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister violated the Official Languages Act and was forced to apologize. The problem, as you might understand, is that he has no lesson to teach anybody. Appointing someone as close to him as this, to this position, is a conflict of interest. It's obvious. It undermines the authority of the institution of the Official Language Commissioner, and it's an insult to all Canadians who firmly believe in the importance of official languages. Will the Prime Minister withdraw this appointment, which makes no sense at all? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, one integral part of the appointment process involves consulting members of the opposition, which is what we are doing. We believe fundamentally in the protection of our official languages. We will choose someone of the highest caliber when comes time to protecting official languages, and we will announce this appointment in the coming days and weeks. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Let's talk about appointments, Mr. Speaker. We noted that the government posted position for the Infrastructure Bank Board of Directors. The little problem here is that the Infrastructure Bank has not yet been created. Can the Prime Minister explain how he finds it appropriate to try to fill positions for something that does not exist? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know to what extent Canadians need infrastructure to get to school, to get to work, to get home on time. to move goods and services to market. It's very important to invest in infrastructure, and that's what we're doing. That's why we take very seriously the need to find very good people to see this issue progress, and we're taking this very seriously as a government. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Answer. We're going to have to follow up on this with you, you see, because this government has created this privatization scheme during secret meetings with corporations, has never revealed this during the election, and never revealed that Canadians would be forced to pay tolls and user fees so that their buddies in the corporations can get their cut. Now he's headhunting for this bank that hasn't even been authorized by Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister really not understand the problem here?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I stood on the stage in Calgary in a debate with that member to talk exactly about the infrastructure bank that we were committed to building so we could leverage even more money into building good infrastructure for Canadians. As far as consultations, we've engaged extensively with mayors, with premiers, with a broad number of unions, of actors in the public sphere to talk about how we could make sure that the kinds of infrastructures that Canadians rely on to get from home to work, to live, to succeed, to thrive, to grow the economy, actually gets built, and that's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Lévis-Lobinière.
Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, the poor decisions by the Prime Minister lead him to have to explain himself to the Canadian public and the Conflict of Interest Commissioner as often as a disobedient kid ends up standing in the corner to think things over. The Prime Minister must exhibit some consistency and integrity and answer questions clearly before this House. Mr. Speaker, how many times has the Prime Minister met the Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner to discuss his elastic version of ethics? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as you know, I'm always perfectly pleased to work with the Commissioner to answer any questions she may have. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, this is a very simple question. It's also a question of trust. Canadians will deduce that there are laws that apply to them, but that some laws do not apply to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I repeat my question. How many times has the Prime Minister met the Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner? How many times? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I always said, I'm always very happy to meet with the Ethics Commissioner and work with her to answer any questions she may have on this topic and any other topic.
Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a moment ago, the Prime Minister arrogantly insulted our Opposition House Leader and said she was confused. Let me just say, I think this is actually full confusion right now with the Prime Minister. So I will repeat the question in English, because the question is not if he is happy or satisfied or feeling good about meeting the Ethics Commissioner. Has the Prime Minister met with the Ethics Commissioner? And if so, how many times? Very, very simple.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to work with the Ethics Commissioner and Conflict of Interest Commissioner to answer any questions she may have. That's what Canadians expect of the Prime Minister, and that's exactly what I'm doing.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Banff, Airdrie and others will come to order. The Honourable Opposition House Leader has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, what Canadians expect is that their Prime Minister would give a clear answer to a clear and a simple question. Now, if he has something to hide, then Canadians want to know that as well. So I would suggest, if he wants to send Canadians the message that he has nothing to hide, that he answer the question. How many times has the Prime Minister met with the Ethics Commissioner?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am very happy to work with and answer the Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner questions. I think it's extremely important that we be working.
Order. Order. Most members and all parties can sit through a question period without reacting to what they hear. And I think we should have confidence in the ability of Canadians to judge the quality of questions and answers I'm sure members have confidence in Canadians to be able to do that, and they don't need the help of people heckling. The Right Honourable Prime Minister has the floor.
Canadians expect the Prime Minister to work with the Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner anytime she has questions, and that's exactly what I've been doing.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister keeps saying he's happy to meet with the Ethics Commissioner and answer any questions she might have, but he's really playing a game of political survivor by outwitting, outplaying, and outlasting the Ethics Commissioner over his vacation to Billionaire Island. It's been asked 4 times already. I don't even know why I'm trying, to be frank, but I'll repeat this simple question. How many times has the Prime Minister met with the Ethics Commissioner?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, happy, as should be any member of this House, to work with the Ethics Commissioner, answer any questions that she may have. I think that's important.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
What a charade, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister said he would stand up every Wednesday and answer every question that's being asked of every member on this side of the House, and he fails to do it. He's been asked 5 times today, Mr. Speaker, about the Ethics Commissioner. For the sake of my colleagues, I'll ask it again. How many times? 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 And how many times has he met with the Ethics Commissioner?
Losing time here. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect clarity, they expect consistently, and when asked the same question, I will give the same answer. That's what Canadians expect. I will work with and answer the questions that the Ethics Commissioner and Conflict of Interest Commissioner may have.
L'Honorable Député d'Outremont.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. truly believes in the importance of question period. If he sincerely believes in transparency and accountability, he's going to have to find it somewhere inside himself to answer this very basic question, because it only concerns him, and he knows the answer. He is being investigated by the Ethics Commissioner. How many times has the Prime Minister communicated with the Ethics Commissioner? Answer the question.
Order. Order. Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce will come to order. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when asked the same question, I will give the same answer. I am happy to work with the Ethics Commissioner on any questions she may have. And one of the things that I like about Prime Minister's question period is I get to take questions from any MP across the way who has their questions, not just the party leaders, which I think is important for all members in this House to be able to ask direct questions of their Prime Minister.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. It seems the Prime Minister cannot count on his own fingers. The Liberal government announced a bank for the privatization of infrastructure, sponsored by BlackRock. 3 questions. How come they're already trying to fill board of directors positions when the bill hasn't even been adopted? Why isn't there nobody from the public sector on this board when there's $35 billion in public money in this thing? How come private companies can ask for funds for their own projects to meet their own needs? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect this government to build infrastructure that will help them in their day-to-day lives, in their economic productivity, in their quality of life, to get home. We made investments. We will make investments of $180 billion in the coming years on infrastructure, but we know that the needs are even greater. That's why we want to work with municipalities, provinces, unions, and many investors to create the necessary infrastructure. That's part of our vision for the future.
Springwater, Oral Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now we know that the Prime Minister has said he will cooperate with the Ethics Commissioner, but what we want right now is cooperation with the House of Commons. For the 8th time, how many times have you met with the Ethics Commissioner?
I remind the honourable member for Barrie Springwater Oral Modanti to direct his questions to the chair, the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to sit and work with the Ethics Commissioner on answering any of the questions she may have. That's the kind of things that is important to Canadians. What's also important to Canadians is making investments in the middle class, in growth for the economy, in putting forward a budget that's going to put more money in the pockets of the middle class and raise taxes on the wealthiest 1%. These are the focuses that our government has. The priorities of our government is serving the middle class and those working hard to join it.
Député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The member for Louis Saint-Laurent. All Canadians know that the Prime Minister has trouble counting. When came time to do election promises, there was a $10 billion deficit. Now it's $30 billion. He has trouble with numbers. So I'd like to ask him a very simple question. For the 9th time, how many times has he met with the Ethics Commissioner? Give us a clear answer. Canadians want to know. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to work with the Ethics Commissioner to answer any question she may have. But our priority on this side of the House is to work for the middle class and those working hard to join it, with historic levels of investment in infrastructure, in the CPP, investment in daycare, in affordable housing. That's what we're working for on this side of the House, and it's too bad that members opposite don't seem interested in all the good measures we're putting in place. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Tabasca. In my former life, I was a school principal, and when I listen to the Prime Minister, I get the impression I'm listening to a kid who's claiming he's happy to go see the principal and unable to say how many times he's been to see him. The question is simple. 0 times, 1, 2, 3? I know it's below 5. And the question's a simple one. Is it 0 or 1? I get the impression the right answer is probably 0. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'm very pleased to work with the Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner to answer any questions she may have.
Carleton.
Prime Minister was getting tired of pretending to answer the question, so he's decided he just won't even pretend to answer it at all. So I'll ask it one more time. We know that he has difficulty counting. How many times did the Prime Minister meet with the Ethics Commissioner with regards to the investigation into his trip to Billionaire Island?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am happy to answer as many questions as the members opposite have, but if they ask the same question, they will keep getting the same answer, that I am pleased to work with the Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner to answer any questions that she might have.
Member for Essex.
I think the problem is there's been no answer. Mr. Speaker, it's been 2 weeks and the Liberals still haven't woken up to the reality of the softwood lumber dispute. Hundreds of thousands of good jobs are at risk and mills across this country could shut down. With the Liberals asleep at the switch, provinces have taken it upon themselves to appoint their own envoys, and some are coming up with their own retaliatory threats. Instead of just handing out the 1-800 number for EI, when will the Liberals come up with a proactive plan to ensure that not a single softwood lumber job is lost?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the honourable member for her passion, for her question. This is an issue that matters deeply to many, many Canadians, and we're happy that this government is working very closely with the premiers, with the industry, with the American administration to ensure that we're standing up for Canadian jobs, that we're protecting the communities that are going to be affected by these punitive and unfair tariffs, and why we're working so diligently with the Americans to ensure that we come to an agreement on softwood lumber so we can end the pain for our individuals and our communities.
Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, time is running out for the paper mills in Dolbeau and Kinogami. They're facing closing, and they provide 400 direct jobs in addition to many indirect jobs. And these are high-quality jobs, Mr. Speaker. This 18% tax on supercalendared paper is smothering the business. The government needs to take action quickly. Will the government commit to meeting with workers from Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean and making a concrete plan to help save these jobs? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are working very seriously on this file, and we have been since we came to power over a year and a half ago. We've been talking with both American administrations. We're working with the regions, with mayors and municipalities, with the provinces, with the industry, and we know that this is a priority for Canada. I will always defend the interests of Canadians, and that's what we will continue to do.
Pontiac.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, many parts of Quebec and Ontario are dealing with significant flooding. Many families are in great difficulty, and considerable efforts are being made to keep citizens safe. I'd like to acknowledge the invaluable help of the Canadian Armed Forces. In the region of the Outaouais, including in Pontiac and Gracefield, there are many communities under a state of emergency, as is Gatineau. Can the Minister of National Revenue tell this House about the tax measures available to help families affected by the flooding? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I thank the member for his question and for his work in Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, first, I'd like to extend my most sincere condolences to the family of Mike Gagnon, who was carried away by flooding in the Gaspé. We all stand in solidarity with them. Our top priority in such circumstances always has to be protecting our families. All those affected by flooding who may not be able to file a tax return or pay taxes on time can make a request for tax relief to the Canada Revenue Agency. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank all the volunteers who are helping those affected.
Albert Edmonton.
Speaker, yesterday the Liberals voted to defeat Wynn's Law at committee, thereby refusing to close a loophole that cost Constable Wynn his life. Can the Prime Minister tell Shelley McInnes Wynn, the widow of Constable David Wynn, why he thinks it's okay for prosecutors to withhold the criminal history of bail applicants like the career criminal who murdered Constable David Wynn?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We take very seriously the responsibility of keeping communities safe, keeping Canadians safe, and keeping safe the frontline officers who put their lives on the line every day to keep Canadians and their communities safe. That's why we take so seriously the importance of making decisions based on evidence, based on proper consultations, in ways that we can actually improve the justice system in ways that will protect Canadians. That continues to be our focus, and I look forward to seeing what the committee has determined on this particular bill.
Honourable order. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not only did they really miss their deficit targets by a whole lot, their revenue-neutral tax cut was off by $2 billion. So I know that there's some issues in terms of calculation. I'm going to try a different angle. A, was it 0 times did he meet with the Ethics Commissioner? B, was it 1 to 5? Or C, 6 to 10?
That she might have. The fact is, on this side of the House, we are focused on making investments that are going to make a difference in the lives of Canadians. Whether it's investing in infrastructure to the tune of $180 billion over the coming years, whether it's investing in childcare spaces to help families, whether it's delivering a Canada Child benefit that's going to help 9 families out of 10 across this country, whether it was raising taxes for the wealthiest 1% so we can lower them for the middle class. This government is focused on the priorities of Canadians, and we're delivering.
Order. The Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A new day, sunny ways, new respect for Parliament, answering every question of every member. We're going to respect Parliament more. These are all the things that the Prime Minister said when he was campaigning. And now today, as you said, Mr. Speaker, Canadians will be able to judge the veracity of those words. Could you please tell the House how many times you've met with the Ethics Commissioner?
I remind the honourable member for Glanbrook, who's an experienced member, that he's to direct his questions to the chair, of course. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to work with the Ethics Commissioner to answer any questions she may have. We continue to be focused on the things that matter to Canadians, whether it's restoring the federal government's engagement in housing. For 10 long years, the federal government withdrew its support for national housing strategies. That's why we're pleased that low-income housing, that affordable housing for Canadians has once again become a priority for the Canadian government. We're happy to work with mayors, with provinces, with community groups to deliver on the kinds of housing needs that so many Canadians are facing after 10 years of lower than necessary growth under the previous government.
Order. I might be less distracted if people would quiet down. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister broke the law. He accepted gifts worth thousands of dollars on Billionaires Island. He's under investigation by the Ethics Commissioner. His obligation is to be honest with Canadians. What's he covering up here? How many times has he communicated with the Ethics Commissioner?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to work with the Ethics Commissioner to answer any questions that she might have. Furthermore, our priorities on this side of the House continue to be making a difference in the lives of Canadians, particularly in terms of our seniors, where not only have we strengthened the CPP for a generation and ensured that future retirees have stable retirements, we've increased the guaranteed income supplement by 10% for our most low-income vulnerable seniors. We continue to look at ways to invest more in affordable housing for our seniors, because we know that after 10 years of that government, there were underinvestments in housing. This is the kinds of things we need to do.
Honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is party to 3 international treaties that outlaw the legalization of marijuana. In order to withdraw from these treaties, Canada must provide 1 year's notice to the other signatories. If the government plans to legalize marijuana by July 1st of 2018, then we need to withdraw from these treaties by July 1st of this year, or risk not being able to legalize until 2019 at the earliest. Will the Prime Minister commit to withdrawing from these treaties before the July 1st deadline?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're choosing to legalize marijuana because the current system is failing Canadians. We are not protecting our children adequately because they have easier access to marijuana than they do to nicotine cigarettes. And we are continuing to funnel billions of dollars into the pockets of criminal organizations and street gangs. Everywhere around the world, Mr. Speaker, people are grappling with a failed war on drugs. People are very interested with the leadership that Canada is showing in terms of figuring out how to protect our kids better and pull away the profits from criminals and organized crime.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
The issue where the Prime Minister says one thing and does another, because despite a firm commitment to limit the use of solitary confinement in federal prisons, there's still nothing to be seen of the promised reforms. Et Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, solitary confinement should only be used as a last resort because it has serious consequences on inmates' physical and mental health. Can the Prime Minister tell us exactly when we will finally see the reforms that we so urgently need?
Please.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we want to ensure that federal inmates have a safe environment that will help them rehabilitate and that will also keep staff safe. This is why we try to minimize the use of solitary confinement in federal institutions, particularly in the case of women, Aboriginals, and those suffering from mental health issues. We will continue to take steps to implement the Ashley Smith Inquiry's recommendations, and we have made investments in the Budget 2017 to ensure that mental health services are covered in federal institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I was going to ask about powerful new evidence that Canada's sanctions, monitoring, compliance and enforcement of criminal financial activity is dysfunctional, and the Liberals' foot-dragging and accepting the Foreign Affairs Committee's unanimous Magnitsky recommendations to get tough on corruption. But I think more relevant is the Prime Minister's dysfunctional performance in question period. So just how many times has he met the Ethics Commission?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Commissioner to answer any questions that she might have. We continue as a government to focus on the priorities of Canadians, whether it's making sure that we're lowering taxes for the middle class, raising them on the wealthiest 1%, whether it's delivering a Canada Child benefit that gives more money to 9 out of 10 Canadian families by not sending child benefit checks to millionaires like this previous Conservative government did. We are focused on the things that matter to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to work hard to protect and defend the middle class and those working hard to join it.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, a well-known French writer once said, "Man is not what he thinks he is what he hides." So will the Prime Minister stop hiding the truth and show Canadians what he's actually made of, and tell Canadians how many times he's met with the Ethics Commissioner?
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to work with the Ethics Commissioner to answer any questions that she may have. We're going to continue to work on the things that matter to Canadians. We're going to continue to invest historic amounts in infrastructure that are going to help families get to and from work in a reasonable amount of time, back in time for their kids' soccer games. We're going to make the kinds of investments that make a difference in small businesses being able to get their goods to market. We're going to continue to engage constructively on the world stage to open up new markets for Canadian products and better options for Canadian consumers. These are the priorities of this government. We're going to continue working on those.
The honourable member for Sherwood, order. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, honorary Canadian citizenship should mean something. But Aung San Suu Kyi is refusing to allow UN investigators into Rakhine to study the ongoing ethnic cleansing. Canadians feel betrayed by this refusal. Now, this question needs an answer. Given the particular Canadian connection, will the Prime Minister commit to personally contacting Aung San Suu Kyi and pushing her to step up, allow access to Rakhine, and stop the ongoing slaughter of Muslim Rohingya?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government is extremely concerned with the human rights abuses and the news coming out of Burma, of Myanmar. We know that we have a tremendous amount of work to do around the world to promote values that Canadians stand so strongly for, and making use of the connections we have with Canadians around the world is going to be an effective way of continuing to impress upon the world the values that Canada stands for, the values of openness, respect, tolerance, and rights for defense of human rights remains a priority for all of us.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, on May 5th, our government made an important announcement about innovation in international development. We announced the creation of the New Development Funding Institute, and we announced that its headquarters would be based in Montreal. Can the Prime Minister update the House about this new institute, which will allow us to form partnerships with small and medium-sized businesses from the private sector and to help those who are in need around the world? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before answering the question from my colleague for Thérèse de Blainville, I'd like to thank him for being here despite the flooding that are affecting his riding, and I know that he cares very much about that situation. In order for Canada to continue meeting the growing needs around the world, we need to innovate. That's why our government will be investing $300 million in this Development Funding Institute. This initiative will help fund green development initiatives and strengthen the socioeconomic standing of women.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear the Liberals are all show and no action. Perhaps another 6 months with their deliverology guru will allow the Prime Minister to work on his ability to deliver answers. How many times has the Prime Minister met with the Ethics Commissioner?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to work with the Ethics Commissioner and answer any questions that she may have. We continue to understand how important it is to work with Canadians to deliver on their priorities, whether it's extra help with the cost of raising kids, which the CCB is helping 9 out of 10 Canadian families, and reducing child poverty by 40%. We are putting forward concrete measures to improve the lives of Canadians. Whether it was strengthening the Canada Pension Plan for a generation, for the future, These are the kinds of things that make a significant difference in the lives of Canadians. We're going to continue to put Canadians' priorities first.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Media reports have revealed that money stolen from Bill Browder by a Russian crime syndicate has ended up in 30 Canadian bank accounts. We're talking about $2 million associated with a massive tax fraud making its way into Canada, with the government apparently being unaware that this money laundering scheme is happening. What will the government do to put an end to this flow of illicit money?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government cares deeply about the protection and promotion of human rights, which are core priorities that I bring up wherever I go and whenever we engage internationally. The question of how to effectively apply sanctions for human rights abuses and foreign corruption was among the issues examined by the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. We welcome the release of the Standing Committee's report and are carefully considering its recommendations, as we know that Canadians expect their government to stand up for human rights and against corruption everywhere around the world.
Honourable Member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that the infrastructure deficit in this country is significant and that governments need to be innovative in how they address this challenge. The proposed Canada Infrastructure Bank would be an additional tool to build new infrastructure by attracting private sector and institutional investors to support the transformational infrastructure that Canadian communities need. Can the Prime Minister update this House on the status of the creation of the Infrastructure Bank?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Pickering-Uxbridge is herself a former municipal councillor, so she understands how important it is to make investments in infrastructure that are going to make a real difference in the lives of Canadians. So I'm pleased that our government recently announced the launch of an open, transparent and merit-based selection process to identify the bank's senior leadership. This process is designed to attract highly qualified individuals while taking into consideration the desire to achieve gender parity and to reflect Canada's linguistic, cultural and regional diversity. We encourage all Canadians to apply and look forward to receiving many qualified applicants.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the moral of this question period, don't worry, I'm happy. That's the Prime Minister's new slogan. Because that's the answer that he gave to the Ethics Commissioner. Oh, no, wait, actually, he confirmed 17 times today that he hasn't spoken to the Ethics Commissioner, Mr. Speaker. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to answer the question? How many times has he met with the Ethics Commissioner, Mr. Speaker? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to work with the Ethics Commissioner to answer any questions she may have. It's important to focus on the different ways that we are meeting the needs and concerns of Canadians, whether it's by investing in infrastructure that will make a real difference in their day-to-day life, or by investing in health, where we signed agreements on the Health Accord, which will allow for massive investments in mental health for the first time, and home care. We know how concerned Canadians are by having a government that's there for them.
Order. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Liberal platform, it was promised that there would be action on the changes that Stephen Harper made in the omnibus budget bills, particularly the elimination of the Navigable Waters Protection Act. In fact, it says we will, quote, review these changes, restore lost protections, and incorporate more modern safeguards, unquote. Unfortunately, the Transport Committee came to egregiously weak conclusions, recommending essentially keeping in place the Harper regime. Can the Prime Minister commit to restoring protections to Canada's navigable waters?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a government and personally as a paddler, we are committed to promoting Canada's sustainable economic development while maintaining a safe transportation system and protection of our lakes and rivers. So absolutely, we will consider all input from the Independent House of Commons Committee on Transport, from the public, from Indigenous peoples, from provinces and territories, from a broad range of stakeholders, including industry and marine protection groups. This is something that we feel passionately about and are glad to be moving forward on.
Just thinking how nice it would be to be on the water paddling in my kayak. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the finalists for the 2016 Shaughnessy Cohen Prize for Political Writing: Kamal O'Salili, Christy Blatchford, Ian Mackay and Jamie Swift, James McLeod, and Noah Richler. Tabling of documents. Order. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 2 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, entitled order in council appointment of the Honourable Stéphane Dion to the position of Special Advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And also, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development in relation to its study of the order in council appointment of the Honourable John McCallum to the position of Special Advisor. Mr. Speaker, I just want to, for the record, let you know that the committee has examined the qualification and competence of both of these appointees and find them to be competent to perform the duties of their position. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Beaches East York.
Sixth report, the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, entitled Main Estimates 2017-18, Vote 1 under Office of the Commissioner of Lobbying, Vote 1 under Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, Vote 1 under Office of the Senate Ethics Officer, and Votes 1 and 5 under Offices of the Information and Privacy Commissioners of Canada.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources in relation to the main estimates for 2017-2018.
The Honourable... No, I don't think so. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Mr. Warawa, seconded by Ms. Block, moves that the third report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities presented on Wednesday, June 15, 2016 be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Carlton Trail Eagle Creek for her seconding this important motion. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we have policies in government that are effective, and employment insurance is a very important part of our support system within Canada. We need to have policies that work, that are effective, that are transparent, that are accountable. For when somebody finds themselves without employment, it's wonderful that we live in a country where there is support. But things don't always work, and the previous government made sure that there were changes that would make the EI program more effective, more transparent, more accountable, more sustainable, and truly to take care of Canadians that needed that help, that support. So those changes were made and are effective, or were effective. Now, unfortunately, the new Liberal government, and a not so new anymore and not so sunny anymore, a government that is not transparent, that its number one focus is to try to destroy everything in the past. Whether it was good or bad, they want to destroy, and do it without being accountable. Doing it, and we saw just recently, Mr. Speaker, in the question period, that there were questions, but there was no answers. The Prime Minister stood up in this House and time again refused to answer simple questions like, how many times did he meet with the Ethics Commissioner? And it was all parties, all opposition parties. And the opposition parties, Mr. Speaker, are tasked with making sure we hold the government to account. But we have a government that doesn't want to be held to account, a government that won't answer questions, simple questions, like how many times did the Prime Minister meet with the Ethics Commissioner about his trip to Billionaire Island? Now, it's a question that Canadians want to know. But that same culture that we see across the way, an entitlement culture, a culture out of control spending, growing deficits that are going to be passed on to Canadians, and particularly unemployed Canadians. So EI is so important. That is the government that we see wanting to tinker and change. And so they do a lot of consulting, a lot of discussing, and one of the most recent studies was on the EI with the goal, not of making things better, but to remove everything that was effective from the past Parliament, from the past government. And it's really the wrong motive, a motive of a government that is stubborn and unaccountable. And so there was a report done, and there was a lot of witnesses that came to the committee on that report, and there was the hope that it would be a good report. Unfortunately, the motive and the direction that came from PMO in a dictatorial approach where they have a predetermined outcome, and the question is maybe how many times did the PMO direct members of the committee on that report? I'm sure we won't get an answer to that either. But, Mr. Speaker, the committee was forced, the opposition members of the committee were forced because of the report missing the mark and focusing on undoing accountability, that the members, Mr. Speaker, were forced to do the right thing, and that's create a dissenting report. And I neglected to say, Mr. Speaker, that I'll be sharing my time with the amazing Member of Parliament for Perth Wellington, and want to thank that member. I look forward to the comments from that member. So, Mr. Speaker, there was a dissenting report that was presented, and basically, to summarize, I'd like to share with the House the context of that report, but to summarize, it was what had the previous government had done, the previous Parliament. They had created changes that brought in transparency, accountability, an effective support system for those that need it through employment insurance. So I'd like to share some of the highlights of that report. The dissenting report says that we participated in a study on the EI program with open minds. During the consideration of the report, we supported the recommendations that promoted the evaluation of EI program measures that protected the most vulnerable, that encouraged greater transparency and efficiency. However, we rejected, and this is the members of the Parliament, of the committee, they went on to say that we rejected recommendations that did away with measures implemented by the previous government as part of the major EI reform of 2013. In our opinion, these measures should have been kept, as they have had a positive effect on employment as well as on how Canadians treat EI benefits. The primary objective of this reform was to make it easier for unemployed individuals to return to work by helping them find a job. Now, isn't that a wonderful idea? It's a concept that Canadians support. Jobs, 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 protecting the economy, the environment, providing a healthy future for Canadians, jobs, helping them find them jobs. The reform was designed to increase accountability for unemployed workers receiving benefits, and we believe it was a step in the right direction. In fact, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation told the committee that, quote, "We believe that a system that is too generous can create disincentives for people to seek or accept work when they otherwise might do so, and we support their position." Furthermore, we believe that the report adopted by the committee was not objective in terms of the differing views about EI reform. Of the 80 quotes from witnesses included in the report, 42 were very critical of the measures implemented by the previous Conservative government, and only 15 were in favor of these measures. Of the 27 witnesses cited, a mere 7 witnesses made positive comments about the measures implemented by the former government. Some witnesses who expressed opinions that differed from the majority of the witnesses heard were not cited in the report at all, despite the relevance of their arguments. For example, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation appeared before the committee in person, and yet it was not quoted in the report at all. While 6 briefs were cited, those authors did not appear before the committee. Now, that's a prime example, and I, Mr. Speaker, serve on HUMA committee, and that has been a major change in this Parliament over previous Parliaments, where you have the Prime Minister's office giving direction and tinkering with the committees, and committees not able to do their work. Their work is being directed by the PMO, by the Prime Minister's office. And they end up with a report that is predetermined what the Prime Minister wants that report to say. Now, when the Canadian Taxpayers Federation provided good input, then they were removed from this report. Why? Well, because it didn't meet the report, or didn't create a report that the Prime Minister wanted. And so we have direction. These committees throughout, all the different standing committees are being directed by the Prime Minister's office. This is what we will have. And in the same way we see where the Prime Minister will not himself answer simple questions. How many times has he met with the Ethics Commissioner? We see the same example happening in committees. It's sad, Mr. Speaker, and it requires dissenting reports to actually get to the truth. So the report that went on, the dissenting report, says one of the major failings of the report, in our opinion, is that it does not reflect the fact that witnesses acknowledged that, in practice, few individuals lost EI benefits due to new definitions. The following citations show that the statement is true. Only 1 minute. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. According to Hans Moret, representing the Interprovincial EI Working Group, it is true that I didn't handle a great many cases stemming from the Conservative reform. So there is a number of quotes. The core point I wanted to make, Madam Speaker, is that if we have a government that will not permit the truth, that tinkers and tinkers and tinkers and manipulates so we do not have the truth, then how can Canadians trust this government? And I don't think Canadians do trust this government anymore. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his speech, but he started off with saying that this government is removing things that were effective. I'd like to comment on a couple of things that we removed. We removed the poor treatment to veterans. We removed the refusal of a government to meet with provincial and territorial leaders. We removed the total animosity of the previous government towards Atlantic Canadians. We removed the retirement age from 67 back to 65. We stopped giving checks, childcare benefit checks, to millionaires. Would the member please comment on how these things are bad for the country and for the residents of for the communities?
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, Mr. Speaker, sunny days is over. We have a member that is quite bitter, it appears to me, and making comments that really are not based on fact. Mr. Speaker, the previous government was the government that took our Canadian veterans and our brave men and women from the decade of darkness into a decade of prosperity. It was an age of respect, and we end up now with a government that has even taken away the benefits of our brave men and women after our veterans. And so I'm quite shocked, Madam Speaker, of the comments of that members, and I encourage him to look up the facts instead of alternate facts.
Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always fascinating to hear the Conservatives and Liberals talk about employment insurance when we know that since 1996, one after another, they savagely cut into that program. We must remember, too, that since 1990, the federal government has not contributed a single penny to the EI fund, has cut this program, and has grabbed the money out of the surplus. So if we want to talk about the EI program, please, I'm asking my colleague to talk about how to improve it, how to make sure that the more than 40% of workers who pay for EI contributions, premiums, don't always have access to it, and that they get more than 55%, because nobody can live on 55% of their salary. That's not true.
Madam Speaker, I'm honored to work with this member at HUMA Committee, and I thank her for her question and also for her commitment to help Canadians. She well knows what I have said regarding this Liberal government, that they manipulate the truth, they come up with alternate facts, and it's shameful. It's sad to see Canadians having to lose trust because it's a government that Canadians cannot trust. And she experiences, as do I, at committee, the manipulation of the Prime Minister's office in the committee and the report structure. Regarding the EI benefits, Mr. Speaker, you can, and we're studying poverty reduction, and it's important that you give Canadians an opportunity to get back to work. Without work, they stay in poverty, and we are very proud of the reputation that we have in the history of helping Canadians get back to work and creating an environment where we were living within our means, we were balancing our budget, we had a bright future for Canadians, and having uncontrolled spending by this Liberal government is destroying the future for Canada, and we need to get back to a Conservative government. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, if I was naive, I think I'm in the court of miracles, hearing Liberals and Conservatives have an exchange on EI when they are the two parties that sabotage the program. Insurance is quite a simple premium. I pay premiums so that I can use this insurance when I need it. Right now, as we speak, 6 out of 10 workers do not qualify for EI because the number of hours required is too high. When are we going to have 360 hours as a requirement throughout the country?
Aldergrove.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member, I'm sure, is not naive, and he would know that it was the Conservative Party that amended Compassionate Care Program so that Canadians that truly needed help received it. It was a stubborn former Liberal government that refused to make those changes so that Canadians in need would receive compassionate care. I'm very proud of that. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Perth Wellington. Point of order. The honourable member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that you called the member for Perth Wellington to now speak, but I believe that the member from Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock intended to be on that list. And so I would move, seconded by the member from Medicine Hat, Cardston, Warner, that the member from Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock now be heard.
Mr. Workington, seconded by Mr. Motts, move that the honourable member for Kawartha, moved by that the honourable. Okay, Mr. Workington, seconded by Mr. Motts, move that the honourable member for Kawartha Lakes Brock, moved by the member from Halliburton, that the honourable member for Kawartha Lakes Brock be now heard. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinions, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Mr. Workington, seconded by Mr. Motts, moved that the honourable member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock be now heard. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Amber. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Ms. Finley. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Poilievre. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Monsieur Deltel. Monsieur Deltel. Ms. Watts. Ms. Watts. Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Tilson. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Warwa. Mr. Warwa. Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Allison. Mr. Allison. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey. Mr. Workington. Mr. Workington. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Wong. Ms. Gladue. Ms. Gladue. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lake. Monsieur Lauzon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry. Monsieur Lauzon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Van Gesteren. Mr. Van Gesteren. Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen Sound. Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen Sound. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Albus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Falk. Mr. Falk. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Yurdega. Mr. Yurdega. Mr. Eglinski. Mr. Eglinski. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Liot. Mr. Liot. De retour à Monsieur Berthold. Monsieur Berthold. Ms. Harder. Ms. Harder. Monsieur Godin. Monsieur Godin. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Shields. Mr. Shields. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Stubbs. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Vierson. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber. Monsieur Saint-Marie. Mr. Christopherson. Mr. Christopherson. Mr. Massey Windsor West. Mr. Massey Windsor West. Mr. Garrison. Mr. Garrison. Ms. Kwan. Ms. Kwan. Mr. Duval. Mr. Duval. Monsieur Aubin. Monsieur Aubin. Monsieur Saganache. Monsieur Saganache. Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Jolibois. Ms. Jolibois. Mr. Stetsky. Mr. Stetsky. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Johns. Mr. Johns. Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River. Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River. Madame Hughes. Madame Hughes. Monsieur Barcelou Duval. Monsieur Barcelou Duval. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Marcil. Monsieur Marcil. Madame Posé. Madame Posé. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Boudria. Monsieur Boudria.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Scroll.
Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound. Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rod.
Ms. Rod.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et le dessert.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest et le dessert.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bosio.
Mr. Bosio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Mr. Brussen.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dioriou.
Monsieur Dioriou.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr.
Ailson. Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-le-Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May
Mr.
Cambridge.
McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame
Ms.
Nessif.
O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu. Mission Mastery, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr.
Ms.
Vandal.
Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr.
Mr.
Kimmich.
Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block. Yeas pour 71, 71. Nays contre 221, 221.
I declare the motion defeated. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. First, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, status of women. 2, the Honourable Member for Essex, international trade. 3, the Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd, multiculturalism. Resuming debate. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed an honor to rise in this House after such a rousing endorsement from members on all sides of this House. It is indeed a privilege and an honor to such a ringing endorsement on their willingness and their eagerness to hear me speak on this important concurrence motion in this House. Now, let me begin by thanking my friend and colleague, the member from Langley Aldergrove, for raising this concurrence motion. He's a strong member of this House, and he's our critic for seniors as well. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that is one area where we know that this Liberal government is failing Canadians, and that is in their respect for seniors. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has not even named a minister responsible for seniors. Let that sink in for just a minute, Mr. Speaker. This government, this Prime Minister, has failed its seniors, the fastest growing segment of our population. The Prime Minister and this government has not seen fit to appoint a minister responsible for seniors. Now, on this side of the House, I'm proud to have colleagues like the member from Langley Aldergrove and like the former minister responsible for seniors, the member from Richmond Centre, who've done so much for promoting seniors and their contribution to the Canadian population, Canadian society. Now, before I get into the heart of my comments, I do want to thank my friend and colleague, the member from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock, for his eagerness as well to speak on this concurrence motion. I know he has a lot to say on this important report, and I'm sure that as this debate goes on, I'm sure this House will see fit to provide him with that opportunity to speak on this important issue. Now, the matter before us, House, is a concurrence motion on the committee's report. So this was the fifth report, I believe, tabled by the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and Status of Persons with Disabilities, and the title of it was Exploring the Impact of Recent Changes to Employment Insurance and Ways to Improve Access to the Program. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you will no doubt be aware, and as members are aware, our former Conservative government undertook changes to the employment insurance program in 2013. Now, certainly, I wasn't a member of this House at that time, but I do have experience working as an assistant in a member of Parliament's office, and in the last year and a half since I was elected, working with the employment insurance program through my office and assisting constituents who, through no fault of their own, run into challenges with the employment insurance program. Now, I personally have paid into the employment insurance program for as long as I've had paid employment. I've never collected from the program, and I think most Canadians would prefer not to ever have to collect from the employment insurance program. But nonetheless, as all working Canadians do, we pay into the program. Certainly not currently in our current position as parliamentarians, we are exempt from the employment insurance program, which is one of those interesting quirks of the employment insurance system. But nonetheless, Canadians see this as an important aspect of the employment insurance program. But certainly, I often come across Canadians through my work as a parliamentarian and through my past work as an assistant of people running into challenges with the employment insurance program. And it's become incumbent upon us as parliamentarians to ensure that we serve them and we help them in every way we can. And that's what we undertook in 2013 with those changes. We undertook a way in which that we could make it more responsive to Canadians, make it more available for Canadians to find that job and get off of employment insurance, which I think is the goal of anyone who is receiving regular benefits for employment insurance, is to return to work and find meaningful employment. Now, I should note as well, Madam Speaker, that regular benefits is not the only form of employment insurance. Certainly, maternity and parental benefits, which certainly in my family, my wife has made use of the maternity benefits and parental benefits, and that provides flexibility for families in making those decisions on the birth of a child. Certainly, there's the compassionate care benefits, which I think is one of the most important lasting benefits that our former government brought into the program during our previous time in government. It allows someone caring for a loved one to have that ability to take time off work and receive employment insurance benefits for a period of time. But at the end of the day, we need to make sure that when we're dealing with employment insurance, that it's responsive, it's equitable, and it's fair.
and allows Canadians to find employment, perhaps even find the skills they need to find new employment. In my riding of Perth Wellington, I'm proud to have a beautiful riding, beautiful area with many large, small, and medium-sized employers. And one of the challenges that we find in our riding is actually a skills mismatch. We have a high availability of jobs. We have a high number of jobs available, but not necessarily the skills to link with those jobs, both in terms of small businesses, but also larger employers as well. So one of the things I think we need to be cognizant of as a parliament is ensuring that we have the skills training available to help Canadians meet the jobs and meet the challenges of 21st century jobs. One area in particular that I find in my riding where that skills mismatch is occurring is that of welding. We have a large number of welding positions that are gone unfilled because people do not have the training for that particular job. These are relatively high-paying jobs, but simply don't have the training to fill those positions. So that's one area that I think going forward we ought to look at as a parliament, look at as Canadians, as parliamentarians, of ways in which we can fill some of these skills shortages. I don't think it's a surprise to anyone in this House that there could be as many as 1 million unfilled skilled labor jobs going forward in this country. And that's a real detriment to our economy and to Canadian economy as a whole if we're not able to fill the jobs that need to be filled. Now, on the specific report that has been tabled and that we are debating concurrence, there are some concerns with this bill or with this report, and that is why the members of our party, the official opposition, saw fit to table a dissenting report, and I know that our colleagues, the New Democrats, tabled a supplementary report as well because there was opportunities there that they felt as well that they ought to explore. But among the many concerns that our official opposition had with this report was some of the things that were left out, some of the things that just simply weren't there. And I think the most important part we have to remember is why we introduced the 2013 reforms. And we introduced them to encourage and make it easier for unemployed individuals to return to work, to help them and provide them with the tools to find a job. And I think anyone who is on receiving benefits through employment insurance truly wants to be able to find a suitable job prospect. And in fact, it was mentioned in the committee by the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. This is a quote from the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. They said, quote, "We believe that a system that is too generous can create disincentives for people to work or accept work when they otherwise might do so, and we support their position." Certainly that's something that we as Conservatives want to see encourage. We want to see a way in which we can encourage people to get back to work, to find the job. One of the other things and one of the other concerns we had for this report is that there was actually few people who actually lost benefits based on changes in new definitions brought in 2013. And I'd like to read one quote. Hans Marat, who was a representative of the Interprovincial EI Working Group, he said, quote, "It is true that I didn't handle a great many of cases stemming from the Conservative reform." Well, Madam Speaker, there wasn't much of a change. And I see my time is running low, but I think it's just important to highlight the fact there weren't a lot of people. There was a very small number of people who were affected by this change. In fact, I would dare say that more people were helped by these changes in the benefits and the pilot projects that were introduced at that time when this was changed. Now, Madam Speaker, I think this is an absolutely important thing that we need to recognize. But, Madam Speaker, finally, while I'm on my feet, I move, seconded by the member for Calgary-Shepherd, that the House do now adjourn.
Order. Mr. Nader, seconded by Mr. Kamick, move that this House do now adjourn. Qu'y-a-t-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Que tous ceux qui est...
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
Mr. Nater, appuyé par Mr.
Mr. Nader, seconded by Mr. Kamich, moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pullis.
Mr. Pullis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr.
Mr.
Falk.
McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Yurdiga.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr.
Mr.
Diot.
Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont bien.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay and Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr.
Mr.
Holland.
Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke
Monsieur
North.
Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Daliwal.
Mr. Daliwal.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algebra.
Mr. Algebra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des
Mr.
Sœurs.
Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon,
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr.
Mr.
Vaughn.
Menechino.
Mr. Menechino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms.
Mr.
Alaslev.
Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Lamoff.
Ms. Lamoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Moscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Kelly,
Madame Lapointe,
Madame Lapointe,
Monsieur Lefebvre, Mr. Levitt, Mrs. Lockhart, Mr. Long, Mr. Longfield, Ms. Ludwig, Mr. Maloney, Monsieur Massé, Avignon-la-Métis, Matane, Matapédia,
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-la-Métis, Matane, Matapédia,
Mr. May Cambridge, Mr. McDonald, Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam,
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam,
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories,
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories,
Mr. Morrissey, Madame Nessie, Ms. O'Connell, Mr. Oliver, Mr. O'Regan, Mr. Ouellet, Mr. Peterson, Mr. Picard, Mr. Robillard, Mr. Rumi, Mr. Rosnak, Ms. Sahota, Mr. Saini, Mr. Sanson, Mr. Sanga, Mr. Sarai, Mrs. Schultz, Monsieur Serry, Madame Shanahan, Mr. Sheehan, Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon, Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South, Mr. Seacon, Mr. Sorbera, Mr. Spengeman, Mr. Tabera, Mr. Tan, Mr. Vandal, Ms. Vandenbell, Mr. Whalen, Mrs. Zahid, Madame Fortier, Madame Lambropoulos, Ms. Ing, Mr. Rankin, Madame Laverdière, Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona, Mr. Christopherson, Madame Brosseau, Mr. Massey Windsor West, Mr. Garrison, Madame Boutin-Sweet, Monsieur Dubé, Madame Quash, Monsieur Dussault, Monsieur Boulris, Ms. Kwan, Mr. Blakey, Ms. Benson, Mr. Duval, Monsieur Aubin, Monsieur Saganache, Ms. Ramsey, Ms. Jolibois, Madame Sanssouci, Monsieur Choquette, Madame Trudel, Mr. Stetsky, Mr. Cannings, Mr. Johns, Mr. McGregor, Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River, Madame Hughes, Monsieur Barcelou-Duval, Monsieur Plamondon, Monsieur Sainte-Marie, Monsieur Marcil, Madame Posé, Monsieur Fortin, Monsieur Thériault, Monsieur Beaulieu, Madame Gill, Monsieur Boudria, Mr. Tutu.
Yeas pour 80, 80. Nays contre 206, 206.
Declare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
The honourable member for Battle Creek, Battle River Crowfoot. That's it. Battle River Crowfoot is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Battle River Crowfoot is a beautiful riding, I believe the most beautiful in Alberta. But my point of order was that my committee business was preventing me from getting here on time. It's not a point of privilege. It's just I was not able to vote because we're preparing for the Auditor General's report next week. If I would have been here, though, Mr. Speaker, I would have voted to adjourn because even today we've noticed that we have a Prime Minister.
The honourable member is getting into debate, as he knows. The honourable member, I have notice of a question of privilege. Order. I have notice of a question of privilege from the honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to seek your ruling on what I believe to be a contempt of this House that constitutes a prima facie question of privilege. Should you rule in my favour, I'll be prepared to move the usual appropriate motion. This relates, Mr. Speaker, to Bill C-44, the government's Omnibus Budget Implementation Act, that's currently making its way through the legislative process of this House, and which will be followed by the often lengthy legislative process in the other place. For those Canadians watching at home, last night the House passed Bill C-44 at second reading, which is the second stage of a five-stage process that must be completed even before the bill heads to the Senate for study. The bill still needs to be studied at a House committee, reported back to this House and concurred in at report stage, and then, of course, adopted at third reading. The summary, Mr. Speaker, of Bill C-44 is very informative. I won't read the whole thing because even the summary of this massive omnibus bill is multiple pages in length. But the portion of the bill that I'd like to focus on today is contained in Part 4, Various Measures, Division 18, which says, and I quote, "This section enacts the Canada Infrastructure Bank Act, which establishes the Canada Infrastructure Bank as a Crown corporation. The bank's purpose is to invest in and to seek to attract private sector and institutional investment to revenue-generating infrastructure projects. The Act also provides, among other things, for the powers and functions of the bank, its governance framework, and its financial management and control, and allows for the appointment of a designated minister, and provides that the Minister of Finance may pay up to $35 billion to the bank and approve loan guarantees. Finally, the division makes consequential amendments to the Access to Information Act, the Financial Administration Act, and the Payments in Lieu of Taxes Act." End quote. Now, the idea that Canada's public infrastructure should be used as a tool to financially enrich private investors rather than as a way to enrich the lives of middle-class Canadians and those struggling to join them is bad enough. But this government has now gone beyond making bad policy decisions and is actually, Mr. Speaker, discounting the need of this House to pass legislation before it rolls out appointments for this institution. I would like to read from the Globe and Mail of May 8th, which reports as follows with respect to the new federal infrastructure agency. After noting that it's been decided to locate this agency in Toronto, it states, and I quote, "The Liberals are also starting a search to find a chair for the agency's board of directors, the directors themselves, and the chief executive officer. Anyone is able to apply for one of the appointments, but there are few people internationally with the expertise and job experience for the positions," close quote. Now, Mr. Speaker, I reviewed the government's appointment website, and it advertises these appointments with the closing date of May 23rd of this year. The government expects the agency to be up and running by the end of the year. Now, Mr. Speaker, the enabling legislation has not been passed in this House, nor the Senate, and it certainly has not come into force. Speaker Milliken made a ruling on a similar case raised by the opposition under the Liberal minority government of 2005, and I'll highlight some of the similarities and differences now as regards his ruling and the present situation. Now, in 2005, the House defeated a pair of bills that would enshrine the separation of one department into two. The opposition defeated those bills, yet the Liberals ploughed ahead with the change, citing their legal ability to do so under an order in council enacted under the Public Service Rearrangement and Transfer of Duties Act. In his ruling on this matter, Speaker Milliken stated, and I quote, "In the opinion of the chair, the authority to begin the process of separating the departments rests on the series of orders in council adopted on December 12, 2003, pursuant to existing statutory authorities granted to the government by Parliament. That authority is set out in the law, and it is not for me to judge whether it's sufficient in this case. But, Mr. Speaker, in today's example, no order in council exists for the Infrastructure Bank of Canada to be established, at least according to a thorough search conducted of the government's Order in Council database. In his ruling, Mr. Speaker Milliken also cites the authoritative text, Organizing to Govern, Volume 1, by the Honourable Gordon Osbaldeston, former Clerk of the Privy Council, and he explains as follows at page 24. For a variety of reasons, ministerial preference, better organization fit, or other reasons, governments may decide to rearrange their organizations. The chief legislative tool for accomplishing this type of organizational change is the Act. I've mentioned orders in council pursuant to this Act are used principally for two purposes that he cites. Now, Mr. Speaker, on page 25, he goes on to say this. Strictly speaking, these tools are meant only to reorganize existing functions of government for which Parliament has voted funds. Any new activities must be authorized by Parliament, close quote. That is what... Mr. Speaker, that is what Mr. Speaker Milliken cited. These tools are meant only to reorganize existing functions of government for which Parliament has voted funds, and all new activities must be authorized by Parliament. So a reorganization, Mr. Speaker, like that the proposed creation of the Canada Infrastructure Bank reflects, must follow a vote in Parliament to appropriate the funds necessary. And its activities are authorized by Parliament, of course, only after Parliament has voted. in a bill to authorize these new activities. So, Mr. Speaker, it seems clear to me that the bill that creates the bank and its governance structure, which has passed only 2 of 5 stages in this House and not even studied in the other place, is the authorization by Parliament that's necessary before action can be taken to implement it. The fact these actions are being taken before the bill receives royal assent is a contempt of this House and the work we do in reviewing, amending, and quoting. Now, Mr. Speaker, you'll know very well that the House of Commons procedure and practice states at page 84, contempts may vary greatly in their gravity. Matters ranging from minor breaches of decorum to grave attacks against the authority of Parliament may be considered as contempt. I'd submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that taking for granted that the House and Senate will merely rubber stamp a 300-page-plus omnibus bill that creates this bank would land on the much more severe end of that spectrum, constituting a, quote, grave attack against the authority of Parliament. Now, more to the point, it may very well be illegal. As you're also aware, Mr. Speaker, contempt of this sort remains a question of privilege. And for the benefit of parliamentary procedure keeners at home or in the gallery, I'll cite the same procedural tome at page 82 where it states, thus, the House also claims the right to punish as a contempt any action which, though not a breach of a specific privilege, tends to obstruct or impede the House in the performance of its functions, obstructs or impedes any member or officer of the House in the discharge of their duties, or is an offence against the authority or dignity of the House. So in my view, Mr. Speaker, there's no question that the government's action with regard to the Canada Infrastructure Bank constitutes exactly the kind of offence against this House authority. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of the fact that the Interpretation Act authorizes certain things to be done and regulations made pursuant to an act that's not yet in force. According to the Library of Parliament in publication PRB 0903 of May 15, 2009, normally the relevant provision of the Interpretation Act is limited to authorizing matters effective on an act's commencement. And I quote, "But these preliminary powers can be exercised only pursuant to an act, and they cannot be exercised in relation to powers that could be granted by a bill that's still before Parliament." Close quote. The appointment of the first and current Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner is an example cited, which I won't take the time with today, but is an illustration of the difference. Mr. Speaker, I won't take up any more time of this House except to say that in conclusion, the kind of arrogance and presumption that the government is demonstrating with its behaviour here should be a concern to all members of this House and indeed all Canadians. I look forward to your review of the matter and ruling on this case. Thank you.
Well done. Honourable member for Perth Wellington is rising on the same question of privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise on the same point of privilege raised by our colleague, the member from Victoria, the NDP House Leader. And as one of those parliamentary keeners, I suppose I would like to add a few points to this important question of privilege. I'd like to begin by stating that on October 10th, 1989, Mr. Speaker Fraser ruled on a similar matter regarding the misrepresentation of Parliament's role in government communications respecting the proposed goods and services tax. The government was advertising details of the tax as if Parliament had already adopted it. While the Speaker did not rule the matter to be a prima facie question of privilege at the time, he did say, and I quote, "However, I want the House to understand this very clearly, that if your Speaker ever has to consider a situation like this again, the Chair will not be as generous. We are a parliamentary democracy, not a so-called executive democracy, nor a so-called administrative democracy." In the Ontario legislature, Mr. Speaker Stockwell dealt with a question of privilege concerning a pamphlet that was issued by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing regarding the government's program for reforming municipal government in metropolitan Toronto. On January 22, 1997, Mr. Speaker Stockwell ruled the matter to be a prima facie question of privilege, since the pamphlet gave the impression that passage of the required legislation was not necessary. On November 6, 1997, on a similar matter, the Speaker ruled, and I quote, The Chair acknowledges that this matter is a matter of potential importance, since it touches the role of members as legislators, a role which would not be trivialized. It is from this perspective that the actions of the department are of some concern. The dismissive view of the legislative process, repeated often enough, makes a mockery of our parliamentary conventions and practices. I trust that today's decision at this early stage of the 36th Parliament will not be forgotten by the Minister and his officials, and the Department and agencies will be guided by it." End quote. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister and this government's dismissive view of this place, of this Parliament, should not and ought not to be tolerated. If he is going to try to change the rules to suit himself, he attempts to circumvent the entire legislative process and give the impression that this Parliament has no role to play in the plans of this government to establish an infrastructure bank, then that is wrong. If he wants to establish his own version of Prime Minister's question period every Wednesday, but then doesn't actually answer the questions, that's wrong. He promises he won't use omnibus bills, yet C-44 is brought in and rams it in. And, Mr. Speaker, I think you will find that reflecting on the citations I've raised and those raised by my colleague from Victoria, you ought to find that a prima facie question of privilege does exist in this matter.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on the same question, privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the temptation is to provide some thoughts at this point, but I think it's best that I reserve and get back to you, Mr. Speaker, with a more articulated position so that the members opposite will appreciate the fact that we have a Prime Minister and a government that are true parliamentarians and do respect the rules.
I thank the Honourable Member for Victoria for raising this question, the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington for his comments, and I will look forward to the Honourable comments of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, or someone else from the government side. And then I will take the matter under advisement and return to the House in due course. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been an interesting afternoon, to say the very least.
Order. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do believe that I should still have 5 minutes of questions and answers, questions and comments stemming from my speech prior to the interruption by the bells.
Unlike the Prime Minister, you'll actually answer.
I understand that when a member moves the sort of motion that the member did move, then that wipes out the rest of that period. So we're going on. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it has been an interesting afternoon. I know the Government House Leader was hoping on the government's behalf to have a healthy discussion and debate about C4. C4 was a piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, as you know, that really rectified a number of wrongs.
I'm sorry. Point of order. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Madam Speaker, but as a new member in this House, I would like to just understand the ruling of the Speaker and which standing order of the House it applies to. The member from Perth Wellington was about to do questions and answers, and I understand the ruling and I accept it, but I just would like to know which standing order of the House is governed by this rule.
In response to the question for the member for Calgary-Shepherd, it is a House procedure, and the ruling of the Speaker stands. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I was saying, there was a desire on the government to be able to talk about something that is in fact really important to Canadians regarding labour relations, and actually a piece of legislation that ultimately had already passed the House, gone to the Senate, came back to the House, and we were hoping to be able to get some insights and debate on that particular piece of legislation. For a number of reasons, no doubt, the Conservatives in particular felt that there was other things that they wanted to be able to talk about. And I'm going to have to respect that fact. But it was interesting, the issue in which they had chosen to raise, an issue of employment insurance. And I can tell you that there is no party that has been a stronger advocate for employment insurance and benefits than the Liberal Party of Canada over the last number of decades. Madam Speaker, in fact, the very creation of this national program was originated under Liberal administrations, Madam Speaker. And over the years, we have seen many good things that have actually taken place under Liberal administrations, ensuring that those benefits in different ways would be able to realize benefits for more and more Canadians. In fact, I can recall attitudes from the former Conservative government on EI, negative attitudes that were given to my brothers and sisters out in Atlantic Canada, Madam Speaker. And it is one of the reasons why Atlantic Canada rejects the Conservatives, Madam Speaker, because the Conservatives have these predetermined ideas about employment benefits. And that's why I was a little bit surprised that, in fact, this was the issue that they had chosen to talk about. This government, in fact, all you need to look at is the last budget, Mr. Speaker. And in that budget, there was a number of things, and members will often know at times I'm very reluctant to read things into speeches, but I want to share with you some of the words that was provided to me with regards to employment insurance in this particular budget, Madam Speaker. Budget 2017 contains several provisions aimed at improving the quality of life for Canadian families, Madam Speaker. And I'm thinking in particular of improvements to the employment insurance system, and that is the topic I would like to remind or discuss this afternoon. First off, we must understand one thing. Canadians may at some point in their life need to put their personal responsibilities before their professional ones. And at such a juncture, Canada's special employment insurance benefits can be of help to them. Each year, these benefits help thousands of eligible Canadians to prepare and care for a new baby or care for a family member who is critically ill. Caregiver benefits, Madam Speaker. Let's start by looking at the changes of the caregiver program. Budget 2017 proposed to create a new employment insurance benefit that would last up to 15 weeks. This new benefit will allow Canadians to care for an adult family member who is critically ill or severely injured. Madam Speaker, benefits will be paid to people caring for an adult family member who is critically ill but is not at end of life. This is the first for employment insurance, Madam Speaker. I must add that this new benefit supplements the compassionate care benefit for caring for critically ill family members at risk of death. Parents of critically ill children will continue to have access of up to 35 weeks of benefits. They will also now be able to share these benefits with more family members. Parental benefits. Now let's turn to the parental benefits, Madam Speaker. Starting a family can be a challenge, especially for working parents. With Budget 2017, we propose to help them meet those challenges. In short, this budget offers flexibility to working parents. They will be able to choose the option that best meets their needs, depending on their work and family circumstances. Under the proposed amendments, parents will therefore have two options, Madam Speaker. The first option is to receive employment insurance parental benefits over an extended period at a lower benefit rate of 33% of their average weekly earnings. Benefits could be received for up to 18 months, counting both parental and maternity benefits, Madam Speaker. The second option is to receive benefits at the current rate of 55% over a period of up to 12 months. These amendments are expected to cost $152 million over 5 years, starting in the 2017-2018, and $27.5 million per year after that, Madam Speaker. Of course, parents may continue to share the benefits between them. Furthermore, we propose to allow a pregnant woman, if they so choose, to claim employment insurance maternity benefits up to 12 weeks before their due date, which is more flexible than the current standard of 8 weeks, Madam Speaker. This additional flexibility is expected to cost $43.1 million over 5 years, starting in 2017, 2018, and $9.2 million per year after that. Madam Speaker, this is why, for me, I think it is always a pleasure to be able to stand in my place, especially on behalf of, I know many of my colleagues that would love to be able to share some of the thoughts that we have in some of the progressive actions we are taking as a government, recognizing what Canadians want government to do. They understand the need for compassion. They understand that this is a government that actually cares about what's happening at the grassroots level, Madam Speaker. We have a Prime Minister that has challenged all members of this House, and I know that my colleagues have taken that challenge to heart, and that is to represent their constituents here in Ottawa. And one of the things that we constantly hear is the need to look at ways in which we can improve upon the employment insurance program. And Madam Speaker, the canvassing that the Minister of Finance and the Parliamentary Secretary did, pre-budget meetings and consultations in every region of this country, and that as a direct result of all the networking and the communications, even stuff that was done online, Madam Speaker, we now have a budget that better reflects what it is that Canadians want to see. And that's why, in good part, at least on this side of the House, we see the many benefits of voting in favour of this budget. And when you take a look at C-44, and we had a great debate, at least in part yesterday, on C-44, Madam Speaker, members need to reflect in terms of that is a budget implementation bill. And a part of a budget implementation bill is to say that, look, we support the many initiatives. So when you have a motion of concurrence on a report as has been moved earlier today, I would suggest to you that if you truly believe in employment insurance and you want to see progressive actions being taken to support Canadians as a whole, well, this is a type of budget I would suggest to you that you should be voting for, Madam Speaker, because it has initiatives such as the ones that I've just listed off over the last few minutes, Madam Speaker. Now, I was here and I listened to the member across the way express concerns about what took place inside the committee. And actually, you know, I do take some exceptions to some of the comments that he made. And let me make reference to a couple specific ones. One was in regards to a perception that the Conservatives in particular are trying to get across. And that perception is that this government is not sensitive as to what's taking place in our standing committees. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, having been in opposition when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister and seeing and witnessing firsthand the total disregard or lack of respect for what's taking place in our standing committees, whether you have that parliamentary secretary sitting at the head of the table dictating, having that Harper bubble around, and nothing actually passed through unless it was a government initiative, Madam Speaker. And I would suggest to you that it is, in fact, proof in the pudding when you see legislation that goes to committee and you have opposition members being...
Order. I want to remind the members of the official opposition to please, you know, the heckling is very loud right now. The parliamentary secretary has the floor. If the members wish to add to the conversation, then I would suggest they get up when it's time for questions and comments. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Yes, and thank you, Madam Speaker. And the point that I was making is that, in fact, today we have standing committees that are, in fact, more enabled, if they so choose, Madam Speaker, to actually get engaged and do some positive work. And we are starting to see that in more and more of our standing committees as MPs build relationships, look for ways in which they can contribute in a positive way. We have seen a change in attitude. I have witnessed it firsthand, Madam Speaker. Speaker, and I would challenge other members on that particular point. I see the time has ran, Madam Speaker, and I suspect I might get another opportunity at some point to address the issue. Thank you, Madam.
The honourable member will have 8 minutes left in his debate. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-305 under private members' business. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Area, seconded by Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South, moved that Bill C-305, an act to amend the Criminal Code, mischief, be now read a third time and do pass. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari. Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Kelly.
Ms. Kelly.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessy.
Madame Nessy.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr.
Mr.
Saini.
Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Mme Shanahan.
Mr. Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Mr. Bruce.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Derowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr.
Mr.
Ellis.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregiscato.
Mr. Fregiscato.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fewer.
Mr.
Mr.
Fewer.
Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Third row at my
Mr.
right.
Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, île des
Mr.
Sœurs.
Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alice Lev.
Ms. Alice
Mr.
Lev.
Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Row at my right.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey
Mr.
Charlottetown.
Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mrs. Caesar Chaban.
Mrs. Caesar Chaban.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Row at my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Jaeger.
Ms. Jaeger.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Bibo.
Madame
Ms.
Bibo.
McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Katusa Amagoshki, appuie la motion.
All those at my left who support the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf
Ms. May
Islands.
Saanich Gulf Islands.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur
Ms.
Vandal.
Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Albert.
Mr. Albert.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Glinski.
Mr. Glinski.
Monsieur Berthold. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr.
Mr.
Kimmich.
Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Foley, Edmonton
Mr.
West.
Leiper.
Mr. Leiper.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell
Madame
River.
Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozell, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Love.
Mr. Love.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame
Monsieur
Sanssouci.
Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row at my left.
Stu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton
Mr.
South.
Sikan.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Ms. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Aboutaïf.
Mr. Aboutaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Nichols.
First row.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Clement.
Mr.
Mr.
Clement.
Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Kent.
Mr.
Mr.
Kent.
Straw.
Mr.
Ms.
Straw.
Rampal.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Loan.
Van Loan.
Madame
Madame
Laverdière.
Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my left. Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left.
Nays pour 292, 292. Nays contre, nil open.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Comme il est 18h10, la Chambre.
It being 6:10 p.m., the House will now proceed to private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Thank you, my friend. Projet de loi C-291, loi modifiant la loi sur les aliments et drogues, aliments et médicaments modifiés.
Me too.
I will encourage the honourable members to continue their conversations in the lobbies.
To take their conversations into the lobby, and I appreciate a little shh from everybody. Shh. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de...
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to Bill 291, and I'd like to take a few moments to thank the armed forces, the emergency services. There are many initiatives underway that have been deployed in Berthier-Masquinongé for several weeks. We have seen people facing flooding in my riding, and I'd like to thank everyone who's rolled up their sleeves, who's helping out to help these people in my riding. They're going through very difficult times. I'm with the people of my riding and the people across Quebec who are facing flooding. We can see people helping out, solidarity, They've risen to the task, but a lot of work remains to be done in the weeks to come. I'm very proud today to rise to speak to the bill standing in the name of the member for Sherbrooke, which enables us to have and provide Canadian consumers and families with additional information so that they can make a more informed choice about what they're eating. They deserve to know what they're eating and what is in their plate, in fact. One of the best ways of doing so, of achieving that objective, is to have greater transparency when it comes to food labeling. For some 10 years, Mr. Speaker, polls show that Canadians support the labeling of genetically modified foods. Genetically modified foods have not necessarily won consumers over. The Strategic Council received a contract to conduct a study in March of 2016, and it had 10 discussion groups across Canada, including one in Quebec. And the outcome shows that some 78% of Canadians support mandatory labeling for GMOs. Most people who participated in the survey, Mr. Speaker, wonder why the government didn't proceed, why the government hasn't taken action. They want more transparency in the food industry. And if people had a choice, 62% prefer to buy foods that are GMO-free. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm in favor of labeling genetically modified foods. And this exists in other jurisdictions across the world, Australia, New Zealand, Europe, and in the United States. For several years, the NDP has been calling for mandatory labeling for GMOs, and the Honourable Member for Victoria put forth a motion similar to this. Motion for 80, dealing with genetically modified foods. And that motion was in the last Parliament. And we have a C-291, which calls on the government to provide Canadians with as much information as possible on genetically modified foods. Now, Madam Speaker, many stakeholders have worked very hard to address the importance of legislation like this. These are people who are involved in this issue, on this issue across Canada. The Trade Association, Vigilance OGM, the Consumer Association of Canada, Organic Alberta Council, Les Amis de la Terre du Québec. And there are many others that support my colleague's bill as well, the member for Sherbrooke. Kids Right to Know is an organization that also supports Bill C-291. The organization focuses on helping children make healthy choices for the environment, among other things, and by encouraging labeling for genetically modified foods. I'd like to quote Rachel Parent of Kids Right to Know, who supports this bill as well. And she said, Madam Speaker,
submit to bogus arguments or be swayed by shoddy pro-industry articles. They should be protecting the public's right to know and to choose. Don't buy into the notion that ordinary people have been swayed by scaremongering anti-GMO activists. It is not simply the case. People have valid concerns, and in that functioning democracy should be addressed.
In another note, the NDP feels that the importance of making decisions based on science. And scientific data can determine if there are risks for public health. GMOs are available in Canada and have been available for several years and need to go through rigorous processes. At present, nothing enables us to conclude that they represent a danger to public health. However, we believe that Canadians are entitled to making a free, informed choice in this matter. And from that perspective, that we feel that GMOs should be labeled. This must be mandatory. and high standards for public protection must be in place. The NDP is the only party that has adopted a food strategy. We did so in the past, and I've worked with Malcolm Allen and Mr. Adamanenko on this issue in the past. It's something that concerns Canadians. From farm gate to plate, it's important for the government to adopt a strategy focusing on rural development and income security. We urge the federal government to play a role in ensuring that Canadians have confidence in their food. Making labeling mandatory will ensure that Canadians understand and have the information they need. In this context, as a critic for agriculture and agri-food, I would point out that the NDP fully understands this issue for producers. They are contributing greatly to our food system. They provide us with fresh, good quality foods, in addition to feeding Canadian families. That's why the federal government must continue to invest in our rural communities, in innovation, as well in organic agriculture in order to respond to the growing demands from consumers. In conclusion, the bill, in the name of the member for Sherbrooke, it makes sense. It respects what people want. When Canadian families sit down to eat, they're entitled to know what exactly they have in their plates. And this bill gives us an opportunity. It gives us a mechanism to promote transparency by labeling genetically modified foods. I hope that members in the House will support this bill. You can count on the NDP to defend the interest of Canadians when it comes to their right to transparency regarding the food that they eat. I'd like to quote the Prime Minister as well, who answered a question put by the member for Sherbrooke regarding mandatory labeling of GMOs in December 2016. And this is interesting to note, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister said,
I'm hearing consumers say loud and clear that they want to know more about what they are putting in their bodies, and this is a good thing, and we are working for them.
So I encourage the Prime Minister and all members in the House to reflect on this and support Bill C-291. It's important to refer to committee. It's important to be transparent and give Canadians choices. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Toronto-Danforth.
Madam Speaker, I am speaking today in support of Bill C-291, which would introduce mandatory labeling for genetically modified foods. I support sending this bill to committee for second reading, where expert witness testimony can bring evidence as to how Canada can move forward in regards to providing information to Canadian consumers on genetically modified foods. I support the labeling of genetically modified food as it provides transparency for Canadians. I've heard from many people in my community that would also like to see this type of labeling information. And I would like to take this opportunity to applaud the Big Carrot natural food market, which is in my riding, and goes beyond selling food to providing information and workshops about organic foods, natural health products, and environmental issues. They have been tremendous advocates on the issue of genetically modified organisms and labeling. While I support this bill going to committee, I do see some issues with how it is written, and I believe that improvements should be made to benefit consumers and producers. There has been a lot of discussion in this place about the pros and cons of genetically modified food. And while there can be a very long and worthwhile debate on this issue, the truth is that labeling debate does not require members in this place to make any such pronouncements. Before genetically modified products are sold to Canadians, they undergo a health and safety assessment by Health Canada to determine whether they are safe and nutritious as their conventional counterparts. In order to label genetically modified foods, we do not need to debate this scientific analysis. As been pointed out in another debate earlier in this place, GMOs are different from one another and need to be examined separately by Health Canada to determine their health safety. What Canadian consumers are requesting is that their food be properly labelled. Genetically modified foods, people who want this labeling may have other concerns beyond health and safety. They may have environmental concerns, and they may have concerns about seed ownership. Others may feel entirely fine about genetically modified food, but they just want to know what is in their food regardless. Ultimately, labeling is about transparency, and I welcome this transparency. Labeling allows us to know the composition of the food we purchase, and we can choose from there whether or not we want it. This is all about giving choice and informing the consumer. From a legislative perspective, the new regulation-making authorities in Bill C-291 could be unnecessary, since the Food and Drug Act already contains a provision in subparagraph 30, sub 1, sub B, that provides authority to create regulations that support the Food and Drug Act's prohibition of false and misleading labeling of food. And I say this because that could include genetically modified foods in relation to composition. Regulations can be more detailed, and so I point out that this is an additional route for us to consider, and I would like the committee, should it come to committee after second reading votes, to consider this as well. Bill C-291 responds to the concern that consumers are not being provided proper information about the composition of their food. The Food and Drug Act already has regulations that provide information to consumers in respect of other foods that have been deemed safe by Health Canada and yet require different labeling. The example that I would like to discuss is irradiated foods. I would like to refer to the regulations applying to irradiated foods because irradiation is a process that is reviewed and approved by Health Canada, and yet labeling is required. The labeling regulations set out under the Food and Drug Act are a good example of well-formed labeling regulations, and I would suggest in committees that reference be made to these regulations as a way that we might want to amend or improve this legislation. The labeling regulations for irradiated foods require the identification of wholly irradiated foods on the label of prepackaged products or on signs accompanying bulk displays of irradiated food. While Health Canada is responsible for the regulations, which specify which foods may be irradiated and the treatment levels permitted, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency administers the regulations for labeling irradiated foods. The regulations set out the words that can be used to let people know that the food is irradiated. The regulations set out a mandatory symbol to be used. And there are regulations governing legibility and the location of the labeling. When I look at the example of labeling irradiated foods, I see a model that could equally apply to genetically modified foods. We have a precedent here in Canada for labeling foods that Health Canada has determined to be safe, but for which further information is mandated to be available to Canadians. The irradiation regulations set out further considerations for us for GMO labeling. For example, in the case of irradiation, if an ingredient that is 10% or more of a food is irradiated, it must be listed as irradiated on the label. This raises a question for genetically modified foods. If a food contains only a percentage of genetically modified organisms, for example, only one ingredient out of 10, what then? We should consider that. That's an extra detail that will need to be looked at. This question would need to be looked at in more detail by the committee, and then we could consider how the regulations could properly work for labeling. I've heard and read about additional situations which also require some thought and consideration. For example, if a cow is fed genetically modified feed, is there a requirement to label the milk or the meat as containing genetically modified organisms? How would this be enforced and measured? These are important questions that the committee can investigate and provide recommendations. In the end, my hope is that we would have a comprehensive and thought-out labeling system for genetically modified foods. And this is where we're lucky, because we have models from around the world to learn from. Labeling GMOs, genetically modified foods, is hardly a new idea. It's not novel. In fact, there are at least 64 other countries around the world that require the labeling of genetically modified foods, including the European Union, Japan, Australia, and Brazil. The United States has also recently signed the law called into law the National Bioengineered Food Disclosure Standard regarding the disclosure of genetically modified organisms. We can look to each of these models adopted by these many countries to see what is most appropriate and useful for Canadians. The Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Health stated that Canada will be monitoring the U.S.'s government's labeling plans. To this, I would add that we should look to the European Union to examine their approach. Considering the EU approach is particularly timely, since we are looking to greater trade with the European Union following the CETA agreement. The reasoning in support of labeling in the European Union is set out by the Commission as follows. Ensure clear labeling of GMOs placed on the market in order to enable consumers, as well as professionals, such as farmers and food feed chain operators, to make an informed choice. They go on to say, traceability enables tracking GMOs and GMO food or feed products at all stages of the supply chain. Traceability also makes labeling of all GMOs and GM food, feed products possible. It allows for close monitoring of potential effects on the environment and on health. Where necessary, it can allow the withdrawal of products if an unexpected risk to human health or to the environment is detected. There's a precedent, there's some information about the European Union that we can build upon. And it's important to recognize that GMO foods are allowed to be sold in the European Union. They're just labeled. They're deemed to be safe for consumption, they're tested. So labeling is not a ban, it's about providing information. If our food processors and manufacturers intend to be exporting foods to jurisdictions such as the European Union or Japan or the United States, they will need to take GMO labeling into account. So why not provide Canadians with the same information? What I would like to highlight is that this is a good time for us to be making these changes. And I would like to speak today in support of Bill C-291 and sending it to committee for further consideration. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the past few years, there's a new argument that appeared in popular language that says because this is 2015, 2016, 2017. Well, let me try a variation of this new saying that I hope that 2017 will be the expiry date of a practice that must be abandoned as soon as possible. That is, not identifying genetically modified food. That's why I was very pleased to rise on the bill by my colleague from Sherbrooke, Bill C-291. There's another English expression, small is beautiful, which is a different translation in French, but I think that this bill is very close to that. It's a major bill, but only a couple of paragraphs, and has identified that fine line and brought together all those who are for and against GMOs, because the idea is not to fight to try to demonstrate whether GMOs are harmful to health. Just make it a question of information so that all consumers in this country can make their own choices according to their own expertise and desires. As a matter of fact, the bill is so simple, and for those listening to us, a bill might seem like a very abstract thing and it looks complicated, but even with the 10 minutes I have here, I can read the entire bill. So what does it say exactly? It's an amendment to existing legislation called the Food and Drugs Act. It says in Clause 5.1, genetically modified food. No person shall sell any food that is genetically modified unless its label contains the information prescribed under paragraph 30. So if the bill passes, that's what it says. You can sell genetically modified products, but you cannot do so if the label doesn't mention that. So any consumer who goes to a grocery store to buy their weekly groceries will be able to choose according to the labeling. And if that wasn't enough latitude, paragraph 30 mentioned in here, and this is the second clause, or the second amendment to the Food and Drugs Act, it says this, under B1, the paragraph is defining the expression genetically modified. That means we leave it up to the Governor and Council to define what is genetically modified, which already allows for a lot of leeway. And two, respecting the labeling of genetically modified food to prevent the purchaser or the consumer of the food from being deceived or misled with respect of its composition. So the Governor and Council has full latitude to adjust these regulations, but in the final analysis, all we're asking for is labeling that allows for information. I had gone far further than that in my previous career when I was a geography teacher, and because I wanted balance and also to allow students to develop critical judgment, I defended both sides of the same debate so that students couldn't really know which side I favored, but I wanted them to find their own voice. So when there were debates or arguments to decry the Monsantos of the world, I did that often, and debates to show the safety of genetically modified food, I did that with the same kind of passion. But here, we're not asking the House to decide either way. We're simply asking that there be this labeling so that everyone can make their own choice. It seems to me that this is a perfectly respectful approach. Not only are we respecting everyone's position, but the right of everyone to know exactly what's in food and to make their own choices. For instance, we saw this in the past few months and years when it comes to genetically modified salmon. That was accepted in Canada. But we went from the extreme right to the extreme left of the spectrum, talking about Frankenfish, or on the other end, people saying that there was absolutely no danger to health. But the reality, according to Health Canada's study, is that 80% of the population of Canada wants to know. And that's exactly what this bill does, as proposed by the member for Sherbrooke. Many associations, a very large number of them, have favored this bill because they find that this is an approach that brings together everyone. I'll name a few. You'll see they don't all have the same approach. The Union Paysanne, the Canadian Biotechnology Network, Vigilance OGM, but Kids' Right to Know is another one. Why Kids' Right to Know? Because I'm not that old, of course, I want to point that out, but I'm at an age where I have more lifespan behind me than in front of me. Regardless of whether science ends up deciding that GMOs are healthy or unhealthy, it won't have much impact on my own health, since I won't see the end of these studies, because in order to have credible studies, they have to be longitudinal over a long period of time. So they probably will take 20, 30, 50 years. And who will find out about the final analysis? It's people who of the generation of kids' right to know. And it would be too bad if they were to find out when they get to my age that they should not have eaten these foods, or that they ate them and that it had no impact at all. So that's why it's so important for them and for all citizens to make their own choices. Labeling will allow exactly that, especially since the objectives of this bill are simple, specific, and not very numerous. They're easy to understand for everyone. First of all, to improve the transparency of the food industry. I think I gave you enough examples. Strengthen public confidence. I think that's a very important element of our debate because there are a lot of concerns about genetically modified foods. And we can't necessarily demonstrate scientifically beyond any reasonable doubt that there really is danger. So labeling will allow everyone to make their own choice and trust the products they decide to buy in the grocery store. So you can buy or choose not to buy a product, but knowing what is in it. The third objective, which is just as laudable because this is 2017, I think that someday, and I hope it's very soon and this time, we have to harmonize Canadian policy with what is done in the on a very vast scale worldwide. 65 countries or jurisdictions, for instance, in the USA, many different states within that country, but 65 jurisdictions already have statutes about labeling GMOs. So they do give that information. So we'd be joining in that and follow suit. However, I cannot set aside a number of concerns I have, and it comforted me to hear my Liberal colleague saying she would vote in favor. I remember the government's response to the petition that had been tabled by my colleague from Drummondville, if memory serves me. The government's response was this: voluntary labeling is the main method of communication between the industry and consumers. So, voluntary labeling, Madam Speaker, I have a lot of reservations about that. That's like self-regulation for safety or self-regulation for credit card fees for merchants. There are a number of things that still worry me, but there are some speeches made by the Liberals that warm my heart, and I hope that this House will come out in favor of the bill by my colleague for Sherbrooke. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cypress Hill Grassland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad that I've got an opportunity to speak to this bill, and I look forward to my colleague from Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa, being able to speak to this too. He's probably one of the most knowledgeable members in the House on these issues. And first of all, Madam Speaker, I want to point out that GMO-free labeling is allowed in this country. I mean, from the conversation that we're having here today, Canadians might not understand that, and those people who are listening, but any company, any wholesaler, any retailer can put GMO-free labeling on their products if they choose to do that, if they think that that is somehow going to impact the market in a positive way for them. They have the opportunity to do that, and we see people doing that across Canada. I'm from a farm. I'm very proud of the heritage that I have. I'm proud of the crops that my neighbors produce, and Madam Speaker, it's good tonight. I've even got some constituents in the neighborhood watching this, and so it's good to have them here because they understand the challenges that farmers across Canada face, that producers have as they're feeding the rest of the world. We've always guided our agriculture and food safety policy when we're in government, and the policy that we have as a party on the principle that decisions must be based on science, and they need to be based on sound science, and this actually results in Canada having one of the best food safety systems in the world. Now, this government apparently seems determined to leave that behind. We've had a number of issues come to the Ag Committee that do not seem to be science-based at all. They've been more politically based, and I think if we're going to be making decisions about these kinds of products and about chemicals and pesticides and those kinds of things based on political activity, we're going to find ourselves in a very deep hole. And so at Ag Committee, we've dealt with things like the neonicotinoid issue. We're dealing with animal transport regulations issues, and the government's proposals do not deal directly with science. Much of it seems to be politically motivated, and if we start to do that, we walk into a very deep swamp, and particularly if we start to do that with genetically engineered products. So with respect to food safety, Madam Speaker, particularly around the GMO products, the role of the government has been, and it should continue to be, to regulate for the health and safety of Canadians. And that's what we have been challenged with. That's the challenge that the governments have typically taken up, and that's where they have said that their involvement and their interference, if you want to call it, in the market needs to stop. And so that's why we have the kind of food safety system that we do in this world. We stand for the integrity of the food system. We think that we've got a great food system here. We stand for protecting the health and safety of Canadians and for our farmers as well, so that they can continue to be competitive around the world. But the reality is that GMOs have been demonstrated time and time again to be no threat to human health or to human safety. And this bill, Madam Speaker, fails to acknowledge the safeguards that are already in place, as well as the labeling options, one of which I mentioned a few minutes ago, that are already available to manufacturers and producers. Now, we've had some questions this afternoon about some of the science or whatever, but I just want to point out that there are over 2,000 studies that have been done that document that there is no threat to human health or food safety from GMOs. And interestingly, in the U.S. animal ag industry, one of my Liberal colleagues a little bit earlier asked about studying whether if animals are eating GMO products, that they should then be considered to be GMO in some fashion. But in the United States, animal agriculture, each year, they produce over 9 billion food-producing animals, and 95% of those, Madam Speaker, consume feed containing GMO ingredients. Now, since the introduction of these genetically engineered products, trillions of meals have been fed to animals of GMO products, and if there was an issue, Madam Speaker, it would have become obvious long ago. There's one study over 29 years studying 100 billion animals, livestock productivity and health show that there is no noticeable impact of genetically engineered products, other than in cases where there has been basically an improvement. There's no impact on meat, there's no impact on milk, there's no impact on eggs, and clearly the benefits of GMO crops greatly outweigh the health impacts. For example, the use of GMOs on farms in our area have reduced the price or the price of food. They lower the requirements for energy input. They've raised the outputs of crops. We have an example of something called golden rice, which could directly impact 1 million children per year, 1 million deaths of children per year who suffer from vitamin A deficiency. And this product, there are a number of governments who've said, well, they're just not going to grow it because it's GM, no matter how much it could impact in a positive way their people. Some people oppose this and still try to make the genetically engineered part of that the issue, and that's what this bill does as well, but there is no issue. I think it's important noting, we've mentioned the European Union here a couple of times today already. The EU itself has funded over 130 research projects, so you'd expect, given the kind of requirements they have, that they would have probably been really interested if there were any negative impacts of these products. They were carried out by 500 independent teams, and not one of them found that there was any special risk from GMO crops, and that's from Scientific American. So the objections that we find to this, Madam Speaker, to this whole industry are not scientific, but they are definitely political. I'm a little concerned about the NDP coming forward with this bill again. It's come a number of times, but I really feel like, if anything, they're persistent, if not accurate. And there is no health issue. We shouldn't be leaving that impression with people that there is. We also shouldn't be leaving the impression that the United States at this time requires genetically or modifying for GM products, because that's not true. The requirement that they do have down there is that if you actually had a compositional difference that's taken place that results in some sort of material change to the product, then that has to be labeled for that change. And that's a far cry from what we're being asked to support here. I guess an example of that would be if, for example, you had a canola oil that had an increased lauric acid content compared to conventional oil, it would have to be labeled as a laureate canola oil. So that's not what we're talking about here, to say that the United States has GMO labeling is not to be accurate, and I don't think that the mover of the bill or others here should be leaving that impression. Madam Speaker, his bill leaves no definition of GM food. In the bill, it actually leaves that to the Governor and Council. I don't think that it would be responsible for us to be supporting this bill. It just puts it forward with no definition of these terms that, once again, we need to see. We need to understand what is it that he's talking about. Why would he just say, we don't believe in anything specific enough here to even define it. We're just going to throw it over to the government and let them somehow decide what the definition of this is. So he has a GM labeling bill, but he refuses to even consider defining what GM means in his mind. And so we don't have any clear understanding of what that might be. As I mentioned earlier, it has been important for the Canadian system to regulate not by health, but by safety. And or rather, they have regulated by health and by safety, but not by composition. And I don't think that we need to change that, because this has worked well in the past. In his bill as well, he decides to leave all regulations to the Governor and Council as well. So basically, he's just saying, we want a bill, I guess, but we're going to leave it to the government to define what it's about. We're going to leave it to the government to set the regulations. And it's kind of a strange presentation here. I think this is just a first step to try to get this bill in as quickly as they can. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to point out one thing, that the reality in the United States, I want to come back to this because I think it's important, because we've heard this a couple of times today, is that they don't make distinction between novel foods and GMO foods. So novel foods are typically new products that have been developed. Their view is that foods developed using new techniques do not differ from other foods in any meaningful way, or present different or greater safety concerns than foods developed by traditional plant breeding. So that's a pretty direct repudiation of the fact that that he's saying that there is GMO labeling required in the United States. So, Madam Speaker, I want to give a little bit of time later for my colleague from Dauphin Swan River Neepawa to be able to speak at length here. So I'm going to wrap up right now and let him have the extra time, hopefully later, that I was given.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to be able to continue the debate on the important question raised by the member for Sherbrooke. This question has to do with the obligation of labeling all GMOs. Bill C-291, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, aims to amend this act in order to ensure that once the regulations are in place, no one would be able to sell genetically modified food without specifying on the label that it is so. The member presented his bill in order to inform Canadians of this issue. We all know that many consumers want to know more about the food that they buy. I believe that we can all agree that that's very important. However, making labeling of GMO products mandatory could lead to misinformation rather than to better understanding of the information. Mandatory labeling of GMOs could lead to having the perception that GMO products are less safe than other products. Currently, people choose to buy products that are not labeled, and they buy products that they believe are safe and nutritious. On supermarket shelves in Canada, there are products that specify that they are non-GMO. But this does not mean that the food is safer or more nutritious. Having mandatory labeling for GMO products could send incorrect or misleading messages. They might create the perception that something is wrong with these products. I know that this bill doesn't aim to be against GMOs, but I just want to talk about some of the unintended consequences that the bill might lead to in Canada. A GMO product is simply the product of other products where certain hereditary characteristics have been changed. These products have been approved by Health Canada, and they are just as safe as non-GMO products. I believe that concern over GMO products or about genetically engineered products have been confused. What I've observed is that this bill does not distinguish between genetic engineering and genetic modification of foods. For example, in Canada, we have a method to produce apples that don't brown. And so this particular type of apple was verified by Health Canada and was the subject of tests for nearly a decade. After assessment, it was determined that the genetic modification of this type of apple did not pose any risk to human health any more than other types of apples did. So let's get back to Bill C-291. If it were to pass and other regulations were put in place accordingly, this type of apple would have to be labeled as a GMO product. So this is an example that's easy to understand. Now let's talk about the Macintosh apple. This apple was developed through traditional techniques of genetic selection, which is in itself a form of genetic modification. The Macintosh apple had been crossed with other varieties to produce well-known varieties of apples, including the Sparta apple. Now, the bill could require the Macintosh apple, as well as these other varieties of apples, to be labeled as GMO products. But this example is not so simple. So I was only talking about apples issued from biotechnology. And there is nothing wrong with GMO products produced by biotechnology, particularly when they've been rigorously tested by Health Canada. Concerning genetically modified food in Canada, our government's approach is based on 5 principles. First of all, our government is committed to protecting food, including plant and animal-derived food. The final decision about these products is not made by one single organization in Canada. You have the CFIA, Health Canada, Environment and Climate Change Canada. All of these departments play a role in the approval process, which allows GMO products to end up on supermarket shelves. Secondly, our government's decision concerning the regulation of GMO products is based on reliable scientific data. All GMO products are subjected to in-depth assessment to ensure that consumers' health and safety is protected. Third, before GMO products can be sold in Canada, they are subjected to rigorous scientific evaluation by Health Canada as part of their evaluation framework. The Canada Food Inspection Agency also plays a role. It studies the vegetable and environmental risks. Our government is taking an innovative and sustainable approach to food safety, which is important to food sustainability in Canada. If Canada is to become a world leader, providing safe, nutritious, and sustainable food for the 21st century, it's important that Canadian agriculture remain at the cutting edge of innovation. Fifth, our government will continue to ensure that the Canadian regulatory framework keeps up with the development of new technology, including that related to GMOs. Our regulatory system needs to be based on rigorous scientific principles, which we will use to make decisions. According to scientific data, GMO products are just as safe and nutritious as their non-GMO equivalents. Given all of these aspects, we believe that mandatory labeling of GMO products, which C-291 proposes, is not the right approach. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate this opportunity. I stand in opposition to Bill C-291 on the following grounds. It's anti-science, anti-development, it's inhumane, and anti-environmental. These kinds of bills are merely Trojan horses for an anti-GMO approach. But let's go back to the development of agriculture and why it was so important for humanity. Agriculture developed about 10,000 years ago and changed humanity forever. The greatest attribute was the production of surplus food, which resulted in the specialization of occupations that people could do. And that resulted in the evolution of arts and culture, science, cities, and indeed civilization itself. It's not too far a stretch to say, Madam Speaker, no agriculture, no Silicon Valley. Human lifespans increased because of agriculture, as did populations. And there was obviously a need for more and more food in the form of agricultural productivity. Now, farmers are a very innovative group of people and selected varieties to increase yield. And the result was abundant and very inexpensive food. Canada right now, we spend about 9% of our disposable income in food, and that's among the lowest in the entire world. And what that means is, Madam Speaker, that people on low incomes in this country can afford to eat well. There has never been a better social program in Canada than that has been given to Canadian citizens by agriculture so poor people can eat well. The acceleration of crop development really occurred by the great, really occurred under the great Norman Borlaug, a Nobel Peace Prize winner who accelerated crop development using conventional breeding technology. And interestingly, I'm going to quote from an Atlantic article about Borlaug. Perhaps more than anyone else, Borlaug is responsible for the fact that throughout the post-war era, except in sub-Saharan Africa, global food production has expanded faster than the human population, averting the mass starvations that were widely predicted. The form of agriculture that Borlaug preached may have prevented 1 billion deaths. Now, interestingly, even back then, Borlaug was opposed for his modern approach to agriculture. And I'm quoting from the same Atlantic article. The environmental community in the 1980s went crazy, pressuring the donor countries and the big foundations not to support ideas like inorganic fertilizers for Africa. Borlaug, of course, fought back very strongly. And he said at the time, some of the environmental lobbyists of the Western nations are the salt of the earth, but many of them are elitists. They've never experienced the physical sensation of hunger. They do their lobbying from comfortable office suites in Washington or Brussels. If they lived just one month amid the misery of the developing world, as I have for 50 years, they'd be crying out for tractors and fertilizer and irrigation canals and be outraged that fashionable elitists back home were trying to deny them these things. The next iteration, Madam Speaker, of crop development was genetic engineering. And that's done by introducing desirable traits into crops from other species. And there's some terrific results. Higher yields, canola, wheat, potatoes. Better nutrition, golden rice, yellow flesh, sweet potato. Reduced pesticide use. Another application of genetic engineering technology has allowed farmers to cease spraying altogether by incorporating pesticide toxins into the tissues of the crop plant itself. And examples include insect-resistant corn and cotton now planted across the globe. And I have in my hand here a table that lists some of the crop plants that have been developed. This is a paper by the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research. And let's talk for a minute about golden rice. This is a rice that has vitamin A bred into it due to genetic engineering, and vitamin A is critical in the prevention of blindness in children. And by opposing golden rice in Asia, for example, the activists, and I'm going to quote from an article in Environment and Development Economics, the opposition to golden rice is an indicator of the economic power of the opposition towards golden rice, resulting in about 1.4 million life years lost over the past decade in India. The opposition to food technology and the development of better food and crops is not just a simple thing, Madam Speaker. It has real-world, inhumane consequences. Interestingly enough, one of the things that people never talk about in terms of the environmental benefits of genetic engineering is that by having high-yield crops, high yields being produced on smaller pieces of land, we can then have room for wildlife and wildlife habitat. For example, there's a reason why the Ottawa Valley isn't 100% cultivated. It is because we can produce enough food on the land that's currently under cultivation, and the rest can be left for environmental purposes. This is one of the major benefits of high-yield agriculture, and it's only going to get better with genetic engineering. So why is GMO labeling a bad idea? It stokes fear of genetically engineered crops. It's kind of like a warning label. It provides no information. If a label is supposed to provide information, it should also say, this crop was produced with less inputs, less fertilizer, and less pesticide, like is common among many GMO crops. And most importantly, it gives anti-GMO activists a platform and a foothold to continue this campaign against modern agriculture. It was said by a couple of the previous speakers about this peer-reviewed studies. In my research, we came up with 1,736 peer-reviewed studies found GM crops as safe or safer than conventional or organic agriculture. I'm glad the parliamentary secretary brought up the apple. It's called the Arctic apple. It was developed in the Okanagan. It is a genetically superior apple. It's sold in the United States, but is still held up in Canada. And again, in terms of Europe with their phobia about GMOs, so we have a perfect experiment in place right now, Madam Speaker. GMO crops are consumed in North America in great amounts, much less so in Europe. If there were any health or disease impacts, that would show up. We have a perfect policy experiment here, and there are no difference in the health and longevity of Europeans. Again, I go back to, I'm going to quote a prominent environmentalist, one who I admired back in the 1970s, a guy named Stuart Brand, who wrote a book called The Whole Earth Catalog. Well, Brand underwent an evolution in his thinking on the environment, and in 2010 he wrote a book called The Whole Earth Discipline. And he castigates the environmental movement very strongly for being against modern agriculture. And Brand says, quote, "I dare say the environmental movement has done more harm with its opposition to genetic engineering than any other thing we've been wrong about. We've starved people, hindered science, hurt the natural environment, and denied our practitioners a crucial tool." So says Stuart Brand. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Maintenant, c'est le droit de réplique.
We'll now go to the right of reply. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank all speakers who took the time today to express their views. Even though I don't agree with everything that was said, I do want to thank them for having taken the time to speak. I'd also like to say from the outset that the objective of my comments is to respond to what was said. Some people have imputed motives or saying things insinuating, in fact, that my intentions are to want to banish or harm the agri-food industry, the GMO industry, and that is in no way, shape, or form what I intend. My intention is to simply respond to requests by consumers who want to know more about what they're eating. And in one quote, in 2016 on TV, the Prime Minister himself has talked about wanting to know more about what was being eaten. So I'm very surprised to see some colleagues who are implying that my intentions are different. This isn't an anti-GMO campaign, not at all. So I wanted to respond to those remarks. But what surprised me the most today, as part of the remarks I heard, was the remarks by the parliamentary secretary, who said, and I'm paraphrasing, I don't want to misquote him, but as a paraphrase, he said it was important to provide information, but it would result in misinformation. And that's very surprising to have heard those remarks today. It's implicitly insinuating that he's taking Canadians for idiots, that they're not in a position to make a distinction because they'd have the information on the label. They would be mistaken or because of there's just simply too much information on the label. That's not logical at all. To say that Canadians would have too much information and that it wouldn't be useful for them. And that's implying that Canadians are unintelligent. So those are the comments made by the parliamentary secretary. And I do want to respond in the time that I have left. Thank everyone who contributed to moving this issue forward in the past few years, over the past decade, in fact, and who've helped out in the past few weeks as well. It's been a pleasure to work with everyone to advance this important issue and to attempt to put out information to Canadians. If this House of Commons is the House that represents the people, Canadian people, and that 80% of Canadians have repetitively asked for this information, well, they're going to have a serious problem, Madam Speaker, if the House does not approve this bill at second reading, Bill C-291. If we claim to be a House that represents Canadians, we need to take note of the fact that Canadians in recent years have called for this information, and it would be a defeat for our democracy, in fact, a failure of our democracy if we didn't. If this bill were not to be sent to committee for a more in-depth consideration. I'm open at this point to amendments at committee when a more in-depth study is undertaken. There was talk of definition today, defining genetically modified foods. That remains in the hands of the government through regulation. There will be consultations with the industry. It wouldn't be something that would be achieved overnight or by snapping our fingers. It'll take time. The regulatory process needs to follow its normal course, as it does for other things. And so it would be important to discuss a definition at that point and to align with our economic and trade partners. If 75 other jurisdictions do this, then there's no reason why Canada shouldn't either. And with our main trading partners in Europe, we've signed an agreement, a trade agreement with Europe. We need to harmonize our regulations with Europe. So I'd like to thank you, Madam Speaker, for the time that I have had here today, and to all colleagues who've supported it and who will support it to send it to second reading to committee for more in-depth consideration. Thank you.
It being 7:10, the time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Monsieur Dussault, appuyé par...
Mr. Dussault, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-291, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, genetically modified foods, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
Pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Que tous ceux qui appuient la...
All those in favor of the motion will please say yea.
All those opposed, please say nay. À mon avis, oui l'ont pas.
In my view, the yeas have it.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 17, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article...
Order, please. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I had a motion to adjourn. The House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rates of violence against women have remained largely unchanged for the past 2 decades. Here are some sad facts that back this up. 1 million women report having experienced sexual or domestic violence in the past 5 years. Indigenous women are more than 3 times more likely to experience sexual assault than non-Indigenous women. Women living with disabilities experience 2 to 3 times more often than violence against women, rather than as opposed to women living without disabilities. And then finally, domestic violence costs our economy more than $12 billion a year. However, more than 500 women and children are turned away from shelters on any given day. There is not enough room at the inn. And funding is not adequate for the work that is done by the frontline organizations that provincial and federal governments have conceded. It's going to be frontline organizations that deliver safety and shelter to women experiencing violence in their home, sexual domestic violence, but they do not have the funding to carry out the work that they need. We've heard this again and again at the Status of Women Committee. The lack of access to long-term, predictable operational funding is one of the biggest problems for these brave organizations that are doing this key work in our communities. And we heard also at committee again and again that the lack of that access to shelter space, the inadequate funding to provide enough shelter space, can actually prevent women from leaving their abuser. A witness at Status of Women Committee, Melanie Soroino, said, quote, "The woman had been waiting for months to call, and it took all her courage just to pick up the phone and call. I know very well that when she calls the centre, she'll get a message on the answering machine saying they will call her back. But presently, they have a 6-month waiting list. You can guarantee that woman will never call back. That's the first impact," end quote. And since the Liberals were elected, despite good, strong words about their commitment to no women and children will be turned away from a shelter, we are going to work to end violence against women, nothing has changed on the ground. So the budget that was announced in March provided $100 million over the next 5 years on spending within government and for the RCMP, rather than a plan to fund direct services to women. Now, I'm concerned about the government's spending priorities. Budget 2017 promised $80 million over the next 5 years for space exploration. There was $0 new dollars for operators of violence against women shelters. And this is what we need to see, that spending getting to the organizations that will deliver the services directly. And we need to recognize that as opposed to $20 million a year, which is what the federal government has offered for a strategy to end violence against women, the non-governmental organization movement thought that $500 million a year for a national strategy to end violence against women is what would be needed every year from now into the future. Until the strategy is established. So my question to the government is, if gender equality really matters, why were women shortchanged in the budget again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith for joining us in the fight against gender-based violence and for her commitment to this issue. Madam Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to participate in this adjournment debate and to discuss the federal government's approach to addressing gender-based violence. I want to
join with the honourable member and all Canadians in underscoring our very deep concern about gender-based violence in this country. Despite the modern society we have created, we can barely read through the day's news without finding an abhorrent example of violence directed at women, young women or girls. Action is needed if we are to create a safe, inclusive society for all Canadians. We also need to speak out against misogyny and sexism wherever they appear in our communities, our politics, or on social media, Madam Speaker. We all need to be part of the solution. I'm proud of the fact that the Government of Canada is fully committed to addressing gender-based violence and is taking a multifaceted approach to this critical issue. The federal government has established a national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. It will examine and report on the systemic causes behind the violence that Indigenous women and girls experience and their greater vulnerability to that violence. It will look at patterns and underlying factors that examine why higher levels of violence occur in this community. We are also making substantial investments to make a real difference on this issue, Madam Speaker. Through the Status of Women Canada, we are investing over $1 million for a project by the Canadian Network of Women's Shelters and Transition Houses to examine the multiple roles played by the shelter sector in supporting women who are victims of violence. Through this project, a comprehensive national profile of shelters will be developed, which will include reliable, up-to-date information on shelter capacity, scope of services, funding, infrastructure, and human resources. Project activities will inform the development of a 5-year strategic vision in order to inform policy changes in the shelter sector. To ensure that women fleeing violence and their families have somewhere to turn in their hour of need, Madam Speaker, access to shelter and transition housing remains a key priority for this government. Budget 2016 committed about $90 million over 2 years to enhance Canada's network of shelters and transition houses through the construction or renovation of over 3,000 shelter spaces off reserve. An additional $10.4 million over 3 years was also allocated to support the renovation and construction of new shelters for victims of family violence in First Nations communities. A further $33.6 million over 5 years will support shelter operations on reserve. Madam Speaker, these concrete actions highlight the Government of Canada's commitment to addressing all forms of gender-based violence. Thank you for the question, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for the Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The problem is that the good words of this government are not being matched with action. The federal government spends 1.6% of the actual cost to women, which is $12 billion in economic impact every year of violence against women. It only spends 1.6 of that amount to actually end violence against women, just $189 million. We have heard again and again that funding 5 additional shelters on reserve over the next 5 years, that's 1 new shelter every year for the next 5 years, is completely inadequate for Indigenous communities. Pauktutit, which is the Inuit Women's Group of Canada, they estimate there are only 15 shelters across 53 communities. The gap is tremendous. When will the government act to actually make women safe?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll respectfully disagree with the honourable member and just say again that in addition to the federal government's significant investments in shelters, Budget 2017 includes a number of very important actions to address and prevent gender-based violence. This includes, Madam Speaker, over $100 million in investment over 5 years starting in 2017-2018. As a first step in this effort, we will soon announce a strategy to deliver concrete actions in 3 main areas: preventing gender-based violence, providing support for survivors, and promoting responsive legal and justice systems. The budget also announced support for the creation of a Centre of Excellence within Status of Women Canada to better align existing resources for addressing gender-based violence. These important actions, Madam Speaker, will make women and girls safer in our country, and that benefits all.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Several months ago, I asked the government what will be on the table in NAFTA renegotiations with the United States. I spoke about how hundreds of thousands of Canadian jobs depend on trade with the United States. But the Liberals' silence on their priorities for NAFTA renegotiations has been and continues to be deafening. There's an incredibly high level of uncertainty that currently exists in the Canada-U.S. trade relationship. President Trump's repeated rhetorical attacks on key Canadian sectors like auto and dairy are deeply worrisome for the hundreds of thousands of Canadian jobs who depend on the strong integrated Canada-U.S. relationship. Aside from these attacks, the U.S. has of course gone ahead with countervailing duties on Canadian softwood lumber exports. And we know that next month, anti-dumping duties are expected that will be layered on top of the already devastating duties that have been put across. These duties will devastate communities, mills, and workers across Canada. The federal government's response has been extremely weak. Requests for assistance and support have been met with silence. The Liberals talk a lot about progressive trade that benefits Canadians. Well, Madam Speaker, now it's time to walk the walk. Canadians want fair trade that benefits Canadians, not just a few at the top. They want a government that has a plan for protecting Canadian jobs in trade-dependent industries like softwood lumber, auto, steel, agriculture, and dairy. They want a government who isn't afraid to say, yes, we can and must do better than the status quo of the 25-year-old NAFTA. The United States has communicated a number of priorities for NAFTA renegotiations. We know what they're looking for, so what is Canada looking for? Maintaining Canada's tariff-free market access to the U.S. is priority one. Do no harm. But we can take this a step further. There are many opportunities to modernize and strengthen NAFTA to better serve Canada's interests, and now is the time to be having those conversations. NAFTA's labour and environment side agreements must be brought into the main text of the agreement and given some actual teeth, or Canada will continue to bleed jobs to Mexico where labour and environmental rights are nowhere near the standard they need to be. Human rights must be central to Canada's trade agreements. NAFTA's energy proportionality clause needs to be revisited. Chapter 11 on investment state dispute settlement. The Liberals need to prioritize getting rid of this terrible chapter. Madam Speaker, we are the most sued country in the world under this chapter. And the only reason this was brought in was to protect us from corrupt Mexican court systems. Madam Speaker, Canada has become the target, and environmental claims are what has been brought against us. So, Madam Speaker, I'm not suggesting that the Liberals lay their hand on the table and reveal their negotiating plan to the U.S. What I am suggesting is that the Canadians are looking to their government to show some leadership and be upfront about where NAFTA could be heading. So I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary to provide us with some additional information this evening. We haven't had an opportunity to hear from him or the Minister of Foreign Affairs at committee since Trump's election. So my question this evening is, what does the government want to get out of NAFTA negotiations? What opportunities does it see to modernize and strengthen the agreement? And how does the government intend to ensure negotiations are inclusive of Canadians' views as well as respectful to the nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous people in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. As someone active on the trade file in this House, she knows well that Canada, the U.S., and Mexico all benefit from NAFTA thanks to the open and predictable rules-based trading environment that the agreement created 23 years ago. In 2016, trilateral trade reached nearly $1 trillion U.S., more than a threefold increase since 1993. The combined GDP of the three countries has more than doubled, and Canada is the largest single-country export market for the U.S. and one of the three largest country merchandise export markets for 48 U.S. states. In 2016, the U.S. exported nearly $266 billion U.S. of merchandise to Canada. 9 million jobs in the U.S. depend on trade and investment with Canada, and overall, our trade is fair and balanced. The elimination of tariffs and the rules set out in NAFTA have helped produce significant efficiencies in our supply chains in a number of industries, such as autos. It is this trade interdependence that supports millions of jobs across North America and strengthens trade and investment. NAFTA has established a strong foundation that contributes to future economic growth and has set a valuable example of the benefits of trade liberalization. With nearly all tariffs on originating trade between the 3 member countries eliminated, the ultimate goal of NAFTA, to lower costs for producers and lower costs for consumers, is being achieved. This government acknowledges how vital the softwood lumber industry is to Canadians right across this country as well. We've been working tirelessly towards a new agreement, and we will continue to do so. The Government of Canada wants a good deal, not just any deal, and we will vigorously defend Canadian softwood lumber interests through litigation if necessary. Similarly, for the steel industry, the government is making sure that the market operates in a fair environment with a strong trade remedy system, strong enforcement of measures at the border, and by working with all major steel-producing countries to tackle the problem of excess capacity and production found in some of these countries. I thank the member for her question, and she will know that if and when the NAFTA negotiations begin, we will be ready and we will defend Canadian interests.
The honourable member for Essex.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for providing me with information that stakeholders need to hear. I've been traveling across the U.S. saying those exact same things with the stats. But in this House, we don't need to be convinced of the importance of trade with the U.S. And certainly in my riding of Essex, I don't need to be convinced of that. I understand the importance of it. My question to the Parliamentary Secretary was, what is our plan? Where do we see opportunities? Where can we improve NAFTA in a way that really is being called for across the board? So when they continue to say that, we need to improve this, they need to start showing us how. In what ways do they see for us to improve this? In what ways do they see for us to strengthen that relationship? Because, Madam Speaker, currently, although there are a lot of conversations in NAFTA taking place in this House and in committees, we have no direction from the government on what it is they're looking at. So again, my question is, what does the government want to get out of NAFTA negotiations? What opportunities does it see to modernize and strengthen the agreement? And how does the government intend to ensure negotiations?
The Honourable Minister, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, our integrated economies will continue to provide a basis for advancing prosperity for all Canadians as well as Americans. Canada is the single largest country export market for most U.S. states. Canada has many trade agreements with partners across the world. We are always willing to examine potential improvements. This government is actively engaging with the U.S. administration across a range of files. However, the U.S. has not started the clock on NAFTA negotiations. When it does, the priority for this government will be to continue to be for jobs for Canadians, and you can rest assured, Madam Speaker, that we will vigorously pursue and defend Canadian interests. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to rise in the House and raise a matter that I had first raised with the Parliamentary Secretary at the time on February 3rd, 2017, about the Paul Usick Award for Multiculturalism. In fact, it was a multiculturalism award that the government failed to make a call for nominations. And they gave their excuse for not actually giving out the award as, well, we didn't get any nominations, and so we didn't give the award. It's the government's responsibility, therefore, to put out nominations, receive them, review them, and then actually make the award. You can't talk a good game about inclusiveness and multiculturalism and accepting other groups into our country and making them a part of the Canadian family without actually doing something about it. And the words that come to mind, of course, I have a Yiddish proverb, on his words, no building could be built. And the answer I received at the time from the Parliamentary Secretary, quite literally, was nothing. There was talk of values of tolerance and inclusion and diversity. Actually, the answer had very little to do with my original query, which was, why was the Government of Canada failing to champion the Paul Usick Award for Multiculturalism? And it's an important award. It was something that many, many members in different ethnic communities that had become Canadian citizens were very proud of, because it was an opportunity for them to promote what they were doing, to integrate into the Canadian family. And another saying that's very common in the faith community I belong to is that faith without works is dead. And it's part of a pattern, Madam Speaker. It's a pattern of depriving and eliminating the previous legacy left by the previous Conservative government. It's wiping out a legacy instead of promoting something new, this new sunny ways that we've heard so much about. And this award, the Paul Yuzik Award for Multiculturalism, wasn't just one piece that was missing. The Canada 150 medals were cancelled as well. The John Diefenbaker Defender of Human Rights and Freedom Award were also eliminated. These are all initiatives started by a previous government that did good things, good works, promoting things, promoting good values, promoting good stewardship of values that we do care about as Canadians. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is, has the government actually gone and called for nominations for the Multiculturalism Award related to Paul Yuzik? And if it has, will it be announcing sometime shortly who has actually been awarded this award?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend opposite for his question and for his commitment to this issue. I'll start with some prefatory comments about what our government is committed to, and I'll answer his question directly. Our government is committed to diversity, and it's a great source of pride. We've
already taken many significant measures which allowed us to progress in diversity and inclusion. For instance, we appointed the only gender parity cabinet. We appointed a Minister of Status of Women, and we'll have gender-based analyses and have research and evaluation on this. We welcomed over 26,000 Syrian refugees, a total of 40,000 since beginning of last year. We have diversity as a theme for Canada 150. We restored the Constitutional Challenge program.
Madam Speaker, the award was established in 2009. It commemorates the legacy of the late Senator Paul Yuzik, a member of the Senate of Canada from February 1963 to July 1986, who played a key role in the development of Canada's multiculturalism policy. We remember that legacy. We also recognize Paul Yuzik as a strong member of Canada's Ukrainian community, a community which has played a strong role in shaping our country and contributing to our rich cultural diversity. In fact, that immigration route has stead for 126 years at this point, Madam Speaker.
This award, given to people and groups who've contributed exceptionally to multiculturalism, integrity of immigrants.
Government, there's been a steady decline in the number of nominations received, from 88 nominations received in 2010 to 41 nominations received again by the previous government in 2015. Because of the baisse d'intérêt du public.
Because of lowered interest in this award, it was decided not to have candidates in 2016. Officials in the department are looking at the best way to re-engage Canadians in multiculturalism.
It is not a question of erasing the legacy of the previous government in terms of this award, because this award is a useful award when we award and promote people who promote diversity. But when it comes to aspects of the previous government's legacy that did not promote our diversity, such as the Barbaric Cultural Practices Hotline, such as targeting religious minorities specifically for refugee resettlement to the detriment of other people from majority religions, such as Sunni Muslims coming out of Syria, you're absolutely correct. We will erase that legacy, Madam Speaker, because that's not what Canadians want. That's not what they voted for in 2015. That's not what this government stood for in its platform, and that's not what we are going to implement. What we will do is promote our diversity at every possible point in time. We will recognize people who are leaders in multiculturalism, and we will do it in a way that is efficacious, that rewards proper success and progressive ideas, and we'll do it in a way that is commensurate with the ideas that Canadians elected us on. Merci beaucoup.
The Honourable Shepherd.
Well, Madam Speaker, let me begin with the Parliamentary Secretary didn't have to come here all dressed up for a special occasion. I'm honored by the fact that he's chosen to. Perhaps he's missing politics and the pen. You know, I do have a great love for writing prizes. As I mentioned before, both the Nebula Prize and past debates on the budget. I know that today we'll be giving out the Shaughnessy Cohen Prize for political writing. But the answer I received is still imperfect. I basically got a recount of what the award is about, which I can find on the government website. And it's been updated just a little bit. What I didn't hear is how many actual nominations they've received. And the second part is, what is the government doing to promote the award? Because this is an award given out by the Government of Canada, and therefore it should be doing the award time. And before I end, Madam Speaker, just one more Yiddish proverb. You can't ride in all directions at one time. I just want to know these two simple facts. How many nominations have been received, and what is the government doing to promote the award?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Madam Speaker, my friend opposite perhaps is not aware of the different aspects or different initiatives that are being undertaken by the Department of Heritage in terms of addressing multiculturalism. So let me tell him about some of the applications we have received. What we have received are applications for interaction funding, which will fight racism, prejudice, and discrimination. That's a program that, again, existed under the previous government, but did not have a large outreach component to it. Under our watch, on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, we have increased by fivefold, Madam Speaker, the number of applications for grants through interaction funding that will go to addressing what multiculturalism is meant to address, which is combating racism, prejudice, and discrimination. 250 applications were received by our department for such funding. We've committed $5.5 million to that fight. We believe in the values of diversity, in stressing diversity as a point of strength, not as a point of weakness, and in recognizing Canadians across this country who are promoting those very values. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.